Hello and welcome back. What is up? What's going on? Let's go ahead and pause this before the next one comes on. Welcome. We're 2 days away. You know what time it is? Power Surge hype. We're going to get a full wipe and a Power Surge update to main branch with a lot of new items, a lot of new things. Thursday, 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And that's if things go without a hitch, right? There could very easily be some issues with things, so we'll keep you guys all up to date. What's up, Christopher? What's up, baby? We'll be answering your Power Surge questions tonight. Hopefully we can get on tomorrow night as well. I'll be honest, I was supposed to get on last night. I fell asleep. I did not mean to. I fell asleep. Is it Power Basic or Power Basics? Basics. Yes, so we'll be answering all your Power Surge questions. We'll be going over some stuff here. I think we'll do most of it here on PC just because we have access to, you know, like flying around and stuff. And then I think we'll do a little bit over on the console side, just for a little bit, if that's cool with everybody. Pretty great, right? Wow, 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 wow. So we got a poll going on. It says, will you be playing the wipe, full wipe, February 23rd? 50% have said yes. Nobody has said nah. 21% said no, waiting for custom servers, and then 29% said, wait, there's a wipe on Thursday? Yes. Yes, very good. Hello, welcome, hi. Let me bring up my notes to make sure that we're capturing all the good stuff. Okay, so just like a preemptive strike here. My internet can kind of be touch and go, so if you see the buffer wheel, you can either just wait through it, or you can kind of go back in the stream a little bit, and then hopefully by the time it clears up, then it should jump to like the present time. You can always tap the live button for it to kind of jump forward if you need it to. Knock on wood, I gave it a nice restart, checked everything, so hopefully we have a good experience. So just know if there's a buffer wheel, just to hang tight, and I'm able to talk to you guys via my phone in the chat if somehow it gets disconnected. I hope that's not the case tonight. I'm just a little preemptive strike because I know there's been a couple streams where we're like, oh geez, you know what I mean? So we'll be here. We're doing it up. Yeah, very exciting. I wanted to cover a lot more things here before all of this got started. a lot of very exciting stuff. We've got door controllers, we've got different turret ports, we've got different ways to customize your turrets. Yeah, it's going to be crazy. And if you haven't had a chance, I'm telling you that Power Basics, I know you guys have heard it a lot, but I'm telling you it's going to give you a jump on the competition. Even people that kind of know electricity are going to be way left behind if they don't go over the Power Basics video, because we're going to be the people that have been on in our chat are going to be looking around for Zerg bases that have turrets kind of going on and off, and you'll know because you've been watching us to be like, hey, I'm going to go take that guy's stuff. Because that is a base that's wide open. Just like when you see a gap in somebody's wall, you want to jump over it, right? So it's kind of the same idea, you know what I'm saying? Hang on a sec. My cord is all tangled. Hold up. Ah, very good. What's up, Mr. Russo? Are you excited? Thursday's the day, man. It feels like, I guess it has been a while. I just can't believe it's going to be in 2 days, to be honest with you. And we're going to get Power Plant back in the game. This is all going to be made and official. And let's not forget, probably one of the bigger things is this is going to get us that much closer to custom servers, finally. Yeah, and then we have stuff like farming after that, so it's going to be wild, dude. It's going to be wild. Exciting time, man. And check this out. I know this is unrelated to Rust, but Kerbal Space Program 2 hits early access on Friday. So we're not going to back off on any of the Rust stuff. We're still going full bore for sure. We got a whole huge list of content coming through over the next 2 weeks, especially over the next week or so. But I think I'm going to try to squeeze in like maybe a 3-hour stream on top of our Rust stream that's going to be on Friday, on top of like the many uploads we'll be doing, if that makes sense. So if you see a Kerbal Space Program 2 thing in there where we're blowing up rockets and stuff in game, you'll know what that's all about. It should be a good time because I don't know what I'm doing, so we're going to have a lot of accidents, and that's always a good time. What's up? He says, I have work. He says, if I do, I'll fire up my PS5 this weekend. Do it. You know, we should try to sneak you in on the team, Mr. Russo. You know what I'm saying? Wink, 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 wink. And here's the other thing. Depending on how long we go tonight. So Razor, just before I started, he goes, hey, who's playing Age of Empires 2? I was like, man, why would you do this to me to tempt me? Because I have to try to get normal sleep and stuff. And if you were with us last time, you know that when we were playing it, we went ham. And we played basically for 20 hours. I think we streamed 12. And then we just kept going. And then I was like, guys, I messed up. I have to go to sleep. Like, I've had too much caffeine. And I think I'm getting delirious, but it was a fantastic time. So then right before I started streaming, Ray was like, hey, who's going to play Age of Empires 2 on Xbox? I'm like, you would do this. So we'll see. We might sneak in a game or two. If we do, I'll try to stream it tonight. But we'll wait and see, because really, you know where our heart's at. It's in Rust right now. You know what I'm saying? I was doing something. Oh, yeah. I guess we could set this up over here, maybe. Is it too dark, or is it just right? Is it about right? Mr. Russo goes, wink. I know, right? Here's the other thing. I'll ask the chat this. See what you guys think about this. So, would it be helpful if, when this update comes out, if you guys are like a day in or a couple days in on a wipe, if you're like, man, we have all these electrical components, but I need somebody to come and wire it up, I'd be more than happy to do a stream where I like go around and visit people and do house calls for electricity setups. So basically, you kind of send me the server. We try to do it cognito so you guys aren't getting completely overrun. And then basically you give me access to the base and we'll try to sort it out. And then I'll leave the server so you guys don't get messed with. You know what I'm saying? Nice. Mr. Russo says it's perfect. Beautiful. Hey, good news. I think I'm completely over you know what. And I think my voice is okay. A little bit of coffee, but I think I'm alright. Man, that stuff lingered for like 2 weeks, dude. Crazy. Okay. We got so many different things to do here. I've got like a list, and we're just going to plow through it. I think... Oh, we could try to do a little something like this right here, maybe. No, do a little something like this. So feel free at any point to add your questions. You can always leave a comment, too, if you somehow missed this live stream and you're watching it as a video later or something. you're more than free to leave a comment. We always try to answer those to the best of our abilities. I always enjoy answering those questions. It gives me new perspective on things. You'll be helping yourself out and other people that'll have the same question. And a lot of times we come up with some pretty cool ideas together. And I'm telling you, man, we got some crazy stuff like the Jade smart doors and stuff. Ooh, man, that's going to be so sweet. Here's the thing. I've got this out on... I've already done the video and stuff. But it's kind of on the advanced side, so I'm a little reluctant to release it right away unless people are like, yes, please give it to me. And then in that case, we'll do it. I think I'll release it on the weekend. I think that's going to be the best time, because it might be a bit too much, I think, if we do it a bit too early. Because a lot of people are still just trying to get used to everything, you know? It's the Jade smart door system is a way to have doors open and close with a smart switch that's authorized to only people that are on the TC. And it has like a panic button. We've been working on it for like the last 2 months or so, maybe even 3. It's pretty jammy, dude. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty hot. Yeah, I love electricity. It's the best, dude. It's the best. So I really like using the floor pad. It's very convenient if you're a lazy player, especially when you're leaving your base. Yes, right? And here's the thing. I think... Oh, hang on. Just when I said I thought my coughing was over. Jeez! This one's nice because it is like that floor plate on Minecraft. But man, if you... Hopefully we can get a way to do the Jade Smart Door where it's easier for people to copy or to understand so you guys can implement it in your base. We might have a couple of videos on it because it's probably a lot for people that are just getting started because you look at that and go, whoa, that's a lot of stuff. But once you like get comfortable with like putting it in there, it's so useful. Says, do you think custom servers will be after power surge? I certainly hope so. That's a good question. It says, as if 64-year-old, almost 65, I've been waiting on the wipe to start. Oh, nice. Well, hey, are you familiar with Rust? It's crazy. We have a full-blown wipe for like monthlies and everything else, right? It's crazy, man. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a blast. I promise. All right, sorry. I should have all this stuff like ready to go. I think we have all the posts and everything in the Discord, yeah? We should be good. Charging the batteries and stuff. Okay. I'm just going to go over this again at some point. It's kind of nice to have like different angles and whatnot. I guess we could do this too, right? Doesn't have to necessarily be in one certain way. It says the drone is going to be dope. Yeah, it is. We'll be covering a lot more of the PC updates, I think, in the future. We used to do that back in the day, and we've just been so deep. I mean, we'll still be maining on console, don't get me wrong, because I know we have a lot of people that are on both, like console and PC. So we're going to try to cover all of those things. And, you know, let's be fair. Like, if we're on console and you see some of these updates that come through on PC, I know we don't have them right away, but it does give us a look into the future. I mean, the industrial update is a lot of fun. If you played things like Satisfactory, I think you'll really like the industrial update. It's a blast, to be perfectly honest. I don't know if you guys have seen these in the videos or not, but I mean, how cool is this? Oops. There we go. The electric furnace, super hot. Look at this. It's smelting stuff automatically. Look at this. Look at this. So yeah, I think it'll be cool for the future where it'll give us a little insight as to maybe what's coming down the pipeline. It'll be cool for people playing on PC because we really do. We have audience in both. We'll still be maining on console, like that's where we play primarily. So hopefully we can cover and make everybody happy, you know? I'd like to think that we can cover both because like we kind of live in both realms too, so hopefully it doesn't deter anybody that's like either one side or the other. Says, do you know if you can put C4 in a JW? JW, what's a JW? JW on a... What is a JW? Is that a garage door? No. Is that a regular door? No. Is that a... So yeah, Caitlin was talking about the drone system that's coming in. That's pretty cool, man. I'm not gonna lie. Look at this. So as it schmelts it with just electricity, it moves it through to over on this side. How cool is that? And because this is very reliant on electricity in the subsystems that are the electricity system, it helps things like the piping system or industrial system work together, along with farming, right? Farming's a big deal. Is heli coming with this update? Man, I wish, I wish you just made me sad a little bit. The absolute here, I'll show you. You know, I never miss an opportunity to go fly this bad boy around. This is my absolute favorite vehicle of all time, all day, every day. When this comes into the game, you'll be making garages for these. You'll be running the outposts. You'll be doing raids. You'll be scouting. You'll be farming. You'll do everything with these bad boys. Now, I haven't seen any more official information on this, but I'm hoping because we had such a good performance update with this power surge stuff, if you've been playing it, I hope we get to hear some more information about this. I don't think it's going to be anytime soon, but, you know, fingers crossed. I hope that it is, but I haven't seen anything recently. Last time we checked in, they said they prototyped it, and they said the old systems literally explode when they when they try to load in things when it's going really fast. So, like, here, I'll try to show you, like, a good speed without trying to crash on the ground. It's so cool, and honestly, I think we'll have the better time with the helicopters because it's so much easier to fly a helicopter and that type of control when you have dual analog sticks, whether they're on PlayStation or Xbox. Think like Battlefield helicopters a little bit, but a little bit more on the precise side. That's what these feel like. And can you just imagine just being able to be like, hey, let me scout the area real quick. You jump in a helo like this, throw a couple dirty low-grade pieces in there, and you're like, oh look, Steve's over there. Let's go pop his beanbag over there, and let's go take his loot. Farming like this is the best thing ever. So many of us like reminisce, like when we're playing on console, we're like, man, I want the mini so bad. Or we'll be like, this would be a great opportunity for us to come down off of a mini, jackhammer the valley, and then go back up. It's so good, dude. It's going to be great for all players, especially the smalls and solos. You know what I mean? Small groups. I absolutely love this thing. And shoot, hopefully by then we'll have custom servers and we can do like air races and stuff on the event server that we'll be running. So stay tuned for that. Rest assured, as soon as we get any inkling of information, official or even just, you know, on the back channels, I will let everybody know because I am stupid excited for minis, dude. This is the thing I want the worst, like the most. You can get really good at flying the helicopter with the mouse and keyboard, but it definitely takes time. I think for a lot of us that know how to kind of fly, we're going to be really tearing it up with those dual analogs. Anyway, sorry, I got a little distracted. What are we saying? Oh, just wondering. Got you. Okay. If you could put C4 on it. I don't think so on the drone itself. They are transparent. The drone's been in for a while. Let me see if the command's still the same. I'm on main branch here, so let me see if I can recall what it is. I think it's just drone or drone entity. Delivery? No. I think it's just deployed. And you can actually, you can type in the name. There it is. Is this how you do it, or do you use this thing? I can't remember. I think it's like drone 1. Drone. Oh, it's been a minute since I've done this. This has been in the game for almost a year. As a test side, but they've actually put a lot more polish on it. I can't remember how we fly these bad boys. But as far as we could tell, you can't stand on it, so it's like a transparent object. To answer your question about C4, I know it would be super cool if you could fly it in like that. But yeah, pretty cool, dude. I'm very excited for this update. I'm very excited for the farming that comes in right after that. It's going to change the game so much, dude, in like a fantastical way. The gameplay around it's so good. Power plant tutorial? Yeah, we'll be running through that. You want to see that first? We can do that first if you want. And again, we've tested all this over on the console side as well. You know, we main over there, so it's just a bit easier for us to fly through and do these things here because we have custom servers over here. We don't have them on console yet. You guys want to see that first? It says, bro, I just defended a 30 rocket raid and I died to a Yoka. Oof. Hopefully you were recording that, man. That sounds pretty crazy. Did Razor try to flirt with me again? think he's in Discord. Being Razor. Ah. Says, sorry, I just joined the stream, but it was commenting. Is this commenting out on console? Coming out on console. Yeah. Power Surge? Yes, on the 23rd, so 2 days. The minis will be at some point. We just don't know when. And the last official word we heard wasn't good news as far as it coming out soon, but that could easily change. I wish. Jacob got me going and reminiscing about the mini, dude. I love it. Okay, I got it. It's like, you know, you're just like, oh man, love it. It says, do I gotta flirt with Razor? I know, right? Are you in Age of Empires, Mr. Russo? We've been going ham. We've been trying to practice and hit ranked, and we got absolutely stomped when we did it. Every time. That's fun. What's up? Peggy Christian says, I've been playing for a long time. Love Rust. Nice. Yeah, it's such a great game. Did anybody watch that Komomo video that came out yesterday? Komomo 10? That was very interesting. I'll tell you what, I think we'll try to do this first. Let's see if I can remember all the pieces and parts that I'll need for this. Some scrub under me is like, yes, thank you for all the loot. What size is the largest map these days on console? Would minis even be needed? Yes, yes. I think people have kind of a skewed sense of how big the map is. The default size of the map is what this is right here for PC. This is 4,225 meters. And our largest map currently on console is on Builder's Paradise. That's 4,000 meters. So we're just off by 250. And to be fair, it's quite large. Even the 3K maps are quite large. And with 100 pop, it feels like pretty... It's open enough, but not on top of each other. So, yeah. It's not bad. So we're getting closer. And really, the map size got up to 425 in like the last 2.5, 3 years for even PC. So it wasn't that long ago. You saw a 5K map on Rust console? No way, dude. That's crazy. That's cool, though. Yeah? How's noon look? Good, bad, otherwise? The largest unofficial right now is 3K. You can tell in the titles, it'll say if it's a 2.5, which you think the 500, but it's actually squared. So, yeah. It's actually a lot larger as far as like size and stuff. 5K I think would be too big on console unless we have a population increase. I know the next gens can handle it for sure. No doubt in my mind they can handle it. It'd be cool, like, here's the thing, like I'm not saying I want them to drop support for core systems. I think it's awesome that it's on there, but it would be cool like they did for the oil rig and stuff, where they remember they had maps where it's like, hey, here's the map that has 2 oil rigs on it, right? Large and small. Here's a map that only has large. I think if they do stuff like that with maybe some of the bigger monuments or the things that are more resource intensive, I think that would be pretty cool. That way you don't have to like branch the development. It keeps everybody in the circle. If people with like core systems want to give it a try, they can, but just know that performance may not be the best. If you're going to try to join a map that has everything, I just thought it might be interesting. What's up? Yeah. Once, it's rare. Oh, they probably popped it in and then got rid of it. I think they're testing that stuff for custom servers. I think if custom servers come in relatively soon, that'd be kind of a cool way for them to service that need and to not really have to like drop support for anything, because I think it's great that this actually runs on core systems. You've heard me say it many times. I mean, it's nothing short of a miracle that they got it to run on that kind of hardware with those memory constraints. I think if you've had problems playing in the past on PTB, I'm sorry, on main branch, just know that PTB has been running quite well. So. Since I switched to PC, the maps feel way bigger. Yeah, well, I mean, the default size is 250, you know what I mean? 4.25. K. That's a big map. What were you doing? Oh, yeah, I gotta get all the parts. Man, how easily distracted am I? Like, more so than usual. Okay, we'll get some of these. We'll need some of these. I feel like I'm missing something else in our mix here. This is, are they going to add new map textures to main branch? Do you mean like HDRP, like the way it looks now, or are you talking about the skinnable walls that'll be coming in? Like building walls, like our bases and stuff. What's up? Noah says, how's your web going? It's going well. We got to play around over the weekend. I thought it was fun, and then we took a break and played some AoE. We played it real hard. Didn't think we were going to, but we did. We had a blast doing it, and I was like, okay, you know, this is good. I gotta put it down, though. You know? So yeah, we'll be jumping in on Thursday for sure. So, what's up? Kenneth says, I love your videos, man. Thanks, dude. Any Power Surge questions? Or any kind of questions in general? We'll try to answer them the best we can. Okay, let me test something real quick. Because I was wondering if, because you can skip this one house here. I will go through the whole tutorial for power plant here in a sec. I don't think we need, well, let me just try it real fast. Power plant, if you were playing on PTB back with the tech tree came out, remember? There were a few maps that actually had power plant in it, and it was a blast. This is such a good mid-tier monument where it's like, yes, you'll get some big boys hanging out here, but it won't be quite as bad as like launch site. And this is such a great monument in general. It's like big enough. There's so many different skeezy places you can hide. It's got a lot of utility. We'll be camping by a lot of power plant. Let's put it that way. Oh, new map textures like a main branch. I don't know. I get your question now. I get what you're saying. You guys want an early prediction? I think we'll get some of the underground stuff when the PC version switches over their system for doing the multi-layered pieces for the map, because it's on a very antiquated version now that's very not, what's the word, performant. But when they switch over to the 3D layering for like storing the map information, I think it's going to bring a lot more performance for the PC side, but I think it'll open it up for us in the future on the console side. If you didn't know, under the surface here, and actually that's what this building is here, there is tunnel access to, I'm going to cut through the map here so this might look a little crazy. There's actually a tunnel system that lives under the map. And it's not too bad, or as bad as you would think, because a lot of things that aren't being rendered are actually not taking up information or space or memory on your system. So it's not too bad. When things are out of range, they're not loaded in, which means it's not taxing the system as badly as it could be. But how cool would this be to have a train system down here and just go ham? It's so much fun in these tunnels, and the trains are even more fun. So actually you can kind of see, look, my immersion is broken. But I think once we have that performance piece that comes through for the PC side, I think they're going to start working on it over on their 11 side. It'll take some time, but I think it'll kind of open up that possibility for us in the future. And who knows, maybe military tunnels, right? What's up? Tyler says, your videos are the best. They're most accurate. Thanks for keeping us up to date. No problem, dude. No problem. Oh, Kenneth has another great question. He says, any idea when we'll get vehicles for console? Brother, I'm telling you, these are questions I ask myself every day. I was like, man, it would be so good to be on a horse. We do know we're getting horses this year. Here's the other thing. You guys want another early prediction? I think we'll see things like this. Let me go ahead and show you. In the near future, I'm not going to say in the first or second quarter of this year, but because we're going to have electricity in literally 2 days, I think it's going to open up the possibility for us to have modular vehicles. Now, the biggest hang up with minis is the fact that they go too fast and they can see too much for core systems to load in everything, like people's bases. But these are fast, but they're low to the ground. So I think we might have some of these in the future. Maybe in 2023, maybe early 2024. I don't know. But because this is reliant on electricity to operate, because you need a lift, and a lift uses electricity. But now that we're going to have it, who knows? I mean, we are getting horses, so is this the next big piece for transportation? I don't know. All I know is I will take transportation of any type, yes please. So some people don't like Granny playing, but I love the game. Hey man, it can be anybody if you enjoy the game, and as long as you're cool with the toxicity of Rust, it's good to go. Frankly, I love the fact that this is the most random player interactions. I love that about this game. The good, the bad, you know what I mean? It says, do you wipe with fans? Occasionally, yeah. It says you're on PC or console. I'm on PC right now, but we main on console. Right? So actually, you guys want to see this real quick? Different modes of transportation. Here's what we have. We have... That's a possibility in the near future. It doesn't move that fast, right? We have this guy. We have this guy. And then we have variations of this guy. And then what else? And then we have... I can't forget our good friend. This is the one that's most likely coming for us. Let's see if I know how to spell. Is that right? Did I even do it? There he is. What else? I feel like I'm missing one more thing. Oh, yeah. You might see the other one. We might get these. I might spell this wrong. There he is. So as it stands now in the game, if I didn't forget anything, these are the modes of transportation. We have the horse, which again is coming for us in sometime in 2023. We have the hot air balloon, which is a possibility because, you know, it's slower. The one I want the absolute most, which is the mini, I want that so bad, which should come with the scrap helicopter as well. Then we have modular vehicles, which could very well be in our future. These are literally cars that you can construct, build, and lock. And then we have the different types of submarines. This is the duo submarine, and there's also a solo submarine. So that's also possible for console, sure. So yeah, either way, I will take any mode of transportation because the maps are getting big enough that, yes, I want them. We need them, especially for solos. For the life of me, I still have no idea how to fly this thing. Just when I think I do know, I don't. Where's the button? Nice. He says, I got a clip on my console showing a saddle and a horse. Nice, Tyler. Nice. After I killed about a week ago. I'm hoping that comes in sooner than we think, you know? We need it. And to be fair, maybe we get these pretty quickly because these are tied into a lot of the farming stuff as well. And yes, this isn't a mini, but I'll take a horse for sure. And you can make like little stables or like little cubby holes for them to live in so people don't... Because you know what's going to happen. Someone's going to be like, oh, hey, nice horse. See you later. Or they're going to come up and go, Peppermint, and just cut down the horse, right? To make some steaks. So, yeah, it's going to be a thing that you're going to have to store them. Just like minis. As soon as we get minis, people are going to be ganking them off of your base. So you need to store these big time. It'll be so much fun. Just like, you're like, hey, grab a ladder. Let's go gank that thing right fast, right? PC right now. What's up, Roberto? What's up, baby? Ray thinking about getting on like 2 hours or something? Okay, we got super distracted. Where are we right now? Oh, nice. Hype when water structures will get moved to main. It should be this way. It will be mostly for the and then I guess we can get something like a hazmat suit. Once we have custom servers, we will be running an event server that people can join us on. Raiding, arena, some PvP events, stuff like that. There you go. Sorry, the buffering, I apologize. My internet's bad. If it's really like annoying to sit through the glitchy stuff, just rewind it like 5 minutes, and then it should like jump past the scrambly parts. I don't know. Infrastructure and the internet's messed up somewhere. So I apologize. So sorry. I know that's annoying. Believe me. You're a trooper for sticking through it. Okay, I'm kind of waiting for this to clear up. So I think we'll run through this here, and if it gets glitchy again, as far as like the stream, I'll run the tutorial thing again. Right? Sound good? Because I know there's some people that want to see this. Just gotta make sure we get. Now I'm all worried like it's gonna buffer out on me again. Man, my internet's got me so annoyed, right? I've been saving my phone data, so if this starts to get wacky on like Thursday or Friday, I think I'll be able to switch over and use my phone data for a while. So nothing's gonna stop us from streaming, baby. We're getting in here and we're getting that power. Ugh. Oh, nice. Tyler Sloan says, when do you think we're going to get the winter hazmat suits? I don't know. I think when we get the, let me just run over here real quick. Look and show you. I mean, we're already pretty distracted, right? I think once we get the winter, what is it called? It's the winter military base. I think we'll get it around there. Can you add custom mods to a new server? Starting out. I don't think so. We'll have some tweaks and some settings. Like, I'm an admin here, and all this stuff is like very standard admin stuff that we're using. We're not using any plugins or anything crazy. So I think we'll have stuff like this. I don't think it'll be exactly like it, but it'll be fairly close. So a lot of times when you see us do stuff like anything in here, I think we'll be able to replicate almost all of it over on our side once it does come out. So what's up? Peggy says, I love your video. Being good. Looks like a little bit of buffering. Okay, so you really have a really good time. I only get 1.5. I feel like I'm up now. You're talking about is this here. I hope so. Rust. Alright, so we have two really good questions. I'm waiting for it to clear up here. Crazy lag and saying glitches. Okay. Alright, hopefully it's cleared up here. So, we had the first question, when are we going to get the Arctic suits like this guy here? Oops, I dropped my pants. Here's what it looks like. Just like that. And it's going to come in with the military base, the winter military base. That's currently on the PC side, and this will bring in snowmobiles as well. This huge compound here has a ton of different buildings, a lot of different loot, but this all came in at the same time. So either way, if we just get the Arctic suit or even the military base, I'd take all of it, or even one of them, because all of this is a great addition to Rust console. This was a great addition to the PC side. I mean, look, if you go into one of these buildings here that has a blue card, this is typically where the snowmobiles will spawn. There's one right here. And this can go over both the land, or snow rather, and also, what do you call it? Sand. Jeez. Pretty cool, right? I'm a and then we get linked up. So it's kind of hard to say, you know? Okay, so I have a couple different pieces here. After this one, you think? Good question. So, is it Boldude? Boldo? Boldo? It says, how long do you think until another force wipe? Well, for weeklies, it's going to be at the end of the month. For monthlies, who knows? Like, it kind of goes in these, like, either 3 or 6 month bouts. Or some, I guess even a 9 month. So, who knows? I hope they switch to the normal schedule that PC has, which means monthly is hard wipe at the end of the month. That's literally how Face Punch official servers work. So I'm hoping in the future that we have stuff like that. Can you ban or kick people off the server if it's custom? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Good question. We have seen evidence that you can either list people, so like they're always going to be able to join like a VIP, and you also have the ability to ban people off of the server. So if you find somebody with M and K, you can get rid of them. Not bad, huh? So sorry. Hopefully the internet clears up here. I'm waiting to answer the other question. It says, do you have a pet pug? Pugs are the best. It says, I mean, I do like having a couple wipes because I have such a large group. Yeah, like, and with Tech Tree, like, the wipes aren't that big a deal as far as, like, coming back up. It just kind of keeps everybody even keel, and it keeps those Zergs from getting too big and too bored, right? Because they're always like, oh, hey, I'm on the monthly and it's taking forever. Let's just go wipe everybody because you got nothing better to do. So, I'm hoping they kind of adopt the whole, you know, at the end of the month, they wipe monthlies, hard wipe them. And I hope we get stuff like the hardcore option as well. That would make things a lot more fun. Yeah, that's pretty close. Quantum, yeah. Do you think we can have a custom team limit? I hope that they do something like that, because it's going to be really hard to get people to moderate that. So having something like that, I think, would be really good. I haven't seen any evidence of that yet, but that would be really nice to have, yes. Okay. I think what we'll try to do is we'll run through the... Oh my goodness, the power plant. And if it gets glitchy, we'll just I'll run through the tutorial section of the walkthrough of power plant again if you need to. Oh, by the way, if you want to know about custom servers and all the information we have, you can type in !custom in the chat at any time. Sorry about the buffering, guys. Usually it clears up. Like, we get like a cluster of it and then it goes away. So here's to hoping that it works. Oh, nice. He says, do you know when they're going to add anti-cheats so people can't use Zen? Good question. Okay, so hopefully we're all caught up. So Hype was asking, when are we going to get anti-cheats? So things that will stop people from using the M and K adapters, the Zen, any of the recoil scripts. There has been some talks of both heavy platforms, both Microsoft and Sony, implementing things that can detect that M and K adapter, right? So that's the device used to cheat. And also, if you look, Rainbow Six Siege has a way to now catch players that are using mouse and keyboard. So if that's more universal, we could even see it over here in Rust console sooner than you think. So I always go back to saying this. I know they do bans. Double 11 does, but you know, play legit, because when they take that option away from everybody, you're going to be an awfully terrible player compared to everybody else. So you might as well just play legit. Are custom games on console? Not yet, Mark. Hopefully soon. I'm guessing anywhere between third and fourth quarter this year. I'm kind of being setting it out there a bit. I hope it's sooner than that. I think a lot of people want that sooner. But just know, if you're out there and you're like, hey, I don't want to pay the money for the custom servers, we will be running custom servers. Yeah, the Zen players are they're trash. I mean, it's cheating for sure, and they're super annoying. And they're usually garbage at the game as far as, like, game sense. Obviously, you can snap to somebody a lot faster with a mouse and keyboard. But usually we can outplay them. But to be real, I still rather play on console because I will take people using M&K adapters and recoil scripts over actual hackers any day of the week. Because they're the worst, and they run rampant on the PC side, which is sad, but it's true. Good questions, guys. Good questions. I like the team limit thing. I hope they implement something like that. A lot of the communities come up with those ideas. I think they're really good. It's funny, if I fly fast enough in here, the anti-fly hack stuff pops up. Ice lake or island? I do like the winter biome if you're rolling solo. Says, how's your 23rd going? 2023. Oh, I get you. It's going well. I mean, we're getting a lot of stuff we've really been looking for. Customs, transportation, power surge finally. Right, okay, Mr. Russo says, I may or may not have a good question. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Woo! Sketchy farts. This boar wants to fight me. But honestly, like, the HDRP looks beautiful, but as long as we have performance, I kind of prefer the way Rust looks right now because things are much faster. Unity is not very good with performance. It's not a knock on Face Puncher 11. Unity is very hard to kind of get a lot of good performance out of it, and a game this complex can get pretty rough. Like I said, it's amazing that it runs on consoles. Says, I stopped playing Rust because I got tired of building a base, and boom, and it gets taken down. It says, makes me sad. Thinking of playing again soon. It says, wondering if, do you think Power Surge will help with this issue? Yes, but also you got to understand, getting raided, being raided, getting to do raids and getting raided is part of the game, and starting over is the whole, I mean, that is the experience of Rust. So hopefully if you don't like that kind of gameplay, which is totally fine, I get it, different strokes for different folks, custom servers should help a lot with that because you can do things like PvE if you want to, or have like PvP zones, or have just raiding on the weekends, which I think will be a lot of fun. Horses should be after the farm update, which should be quarter 3 or 4 this year. Easton. Getting revenge is the best for us, 100%. Says, would be performing with Unreal. I reckon, yeah, 100%. If you look, that game has really been, that engine, excuse me, has been really ratcheted for things that have a large game area and also a lot of players. Whether you like it or not, the development of Fortnite has actually helped push the Unreal Engine into that realm. So it actually performs very well for very large maps and things like survival. Things like DayZ would run well on there, and things like this game would also run well on there. It's not like as easy as copy and pasting, but like if it was built on those platforms or on the Unreal Engine platform, it would run a lot better for sure. It's literally made for that. Can you make 1,000,000x? Yeah, but that'd be awfully game-breaking, don't you think? I think even 5x can be quite game-breaking. 10x feels silly, but, I mean... You think custom servers are coming in 2023? Yes, yes. I like the love tunnel in the store hype. I think it's cool. It's cool, man. Garage door? Yeah, I mean, and that's fine if you want to do PvE. I get it. Because sometimes you just want to, like, have a community and, like, just build stuff. And then maybe have, like, an arena or something, like one zone for PvP. That's fine. And there's times where, like, we'll pop over to something that's PvE. You know, it's fun like that. All right. I think I have everything sorted out here. We'll give it a shot. Again, if the connection gets a little goofy, hopefully we'll be able to, I'll just run through it again so you guys can get it, because somebody was asking about the actual tutorial part for power plant. Good questions, guys. Do you have to pay money for custom servers? Yes. We'll be running at least 2 custom servers off the rip when customs do come to the game. For the console side, we'll be running what's called a bi-weekly server, which will soft wipe in the middle of the month and then hard wipe at the end of the month. It's a very fun server type. And then we'll be running an event server that we'll be streaming from, running things like arena, raid events, even some PvE stuff, some races, all kinds of stuff. So if you don't want to have to pay for the custom servers, you can always join us there. Any member of the Boyfriend Squad, whether it's RazorTube, myself, Jade Monkey, or BioLazer, did I say RazorTube? Yeah, you'll be able to join. And I think if we can tie in our members that we have on the channel, we'll try to give you guys VIP if that is available. We'll try to give you guys like first dibs on stuff. So like if we're setting up for an event and stuff, we'll try to give people that are members like access beforehand while we're setting up and stuff if you want to. So it's hopefully a way to say thank you for people that are going above and beyond. I mean, just being here is supporting the channel, so I do appreciate that. I don't want to underwrite that. You know what I mean? Like it's important. It's a big deal. So I know all 3 of us appreciate that very much when people come by and just hang out with us and be a part of the community. That's what it's about. What's up, Brent? Says, I think your internet hamster's dying. Dude, I would put like 5 more hamsters in there if it was that easy, dude. It says, the sound of bi-weeklies gets me wet. Yes, memory does affect the price. I think it's going to be, if you had to like guess, I would say the price point, and I'm guessing at this point, it would be somewhere around like the Ark custom server stuff, or DayZ, or what's the other one, Conan. They're more expensive on console for sure, but like I said, if you don't want to have to deal with that, hey, just come over and play with us. No big deal. Says, dude, your videos are so incredibly helpful. Thanks, man. Don't know how much money customer service. I don't know. I mean, remember, you have a lot more hands in the cookie jar when you're talking about the console side. And the money always still goes back to Facepunch because they own the IP for this game. The code, the intellectual property, all of it. Double 11 is a port studio. Or at least they're acting as a port studio for this particular game. What did I read? He says, the sound of bi-weekly gets me wet. Oh, baby. Wait, what? What's up, Richard? What's up? You're like the console version of William. Oh, thanks, man. He's a good creator. There's a lot of really great Rust creators in the space. Know what I mean? A lot of really good storytellers and a lot of really good players and stuff. Says you're both super chill. Thanks, dude. It's a good dude. Says you're gonna hit 100,000 soon. It says, how do you feel? That would be great. I mean, the dream has always been to have this be like a full-time living thing. You know, it's definitely working towards that. I think, by my rough calculations, I think that would be feasible, around 100,000. But you know, we'll have to wait and see how that all works out. What's up? Thanks, Richard, for the 27 months. He's a fixture in the channel. We've got, he's upgraded to the red badge. That's an elite group. He says, let's go. Kid says, can't stop, won't stop. You got that right. All right, is the internet not being crazy now? Do you think PTB farming is the wipe, or will it be another wait? Good question. The real D asked, we're going to have to wait for farming 2.0 after the power surge updates. I hope not, although if we go historically, it usually takes about a month. So I hope it's shorter than that. I hope it's like 2 weeks or 3 weeks at the most. I really hope they kind of put it in there fast. Or I hope we get some news about custom servers by that time. I think that would kind of hold us over. But we'll have to kind of wait and see. But if you do have access to PTB, you'll be able to see the farming 2.0 stuff sooner than later. So if you're into that or you think you'd play it, you know, something to look into. What's up, Joe Norton? What up, dude? He goes, LOL. Says everybody I know knows you. Oh, yes? Who's everybody you know? Just curious. Are Pierre Ortiz coming in? I'm not sure. Pierre Ortiz. Am I reading that right? It's always a good time when we're just hanging out talking about stuff. I like it, dude. So yeah, this is going to be a blast of a weekend, right? Ah, I see the yellow band on my side, so it might be buffering. Hold on. I had a feeling. Hold up. Hold tight. A bit of connection issues. For a few moments, you might see buffering and some glitchiness. Hang tight. I had a feeling it was gonna do that, right? Let me go. If you don't mind, I'll just kick on some music real quick. I'm gonna double check something on my connection. If there's something I can do right quick. Dot 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 dot. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like this one. I'll be right back. Just let me double check. What's up, boys? I had checked something and I used the restroom. Says, which is the worst gun? Huh. The worst gun. I think for the console side, the P2 is pretty rough for players. Although I think the P2 is going to be a lot more useful when we have the customizable turrets. I think it's going to make things a lot headier. What's up? Rust Game says, my phone's about to die. I'll be on in a little bit. Okay. It says, you can get friends to donate to your server. It says, I got a $500 donation one time for your ARC server. Oh, nice. Yeah, I mean, if we get those kind of donations, obviously I'm going to put that money towards that, for sure. Excellent. All right, welcome. Hopefully, if there's a bit of a glitch or buffering, it should clear up. You can always rewind the stream a little bit and then jump over the glitchy parts if it's really a problem. Or you can just hang tight. It usually doesn't last too long. We're going to do a walkthrough of the puzzle for power plant here, and if it glitches, we'll just run it again so you guys can see it, because I know people have been asking about it. We've been trying to do it for the last hour. Shh, don't tell anyone. But we've had some great questions, so no complaints. It's good stuff. Okay. Do I have everything I need? I got this, I got that. A little bit of food. We've got the helmet on. So yeah, we'll run through the puzzle. Yeah, so they both need to be on this side. I thought we needed a fuse on this side. I'm thinking of another monument like a dummy. Can you try flying the scrap helicopter? Okay. $1,250 scrap, and then 750 scrap at the bandit camp. I think I have this price right. I don't buy this one very often. We usually steal it and then crash it into the ground, because it's usually Zergs that have this, and it's always nice to take 1,000 plus scrap and drive it into the ground. You know, if it's a big group that's been pwning the server. Am I right or am I right? How many times have we done this? Is Odin in the chat? He knows what I'm talking about. We'll sneak into Zerg bases, use ladders and stuff, just to steal it off the rooftop and crash it, and just to let them know, you know, who they're dealing with. What's up? Paula says, hi, big man. What's up? I see something really cool. Alright, then we'll do it after this. I'm sorry, I'm getting so distracted. Right? Oh, I jumped out. I'm bad. Alright, so check this out. If I don't get stuck on the tree. You know, this thing's got a searchlight on it. I want to fly this with analog sticks so bad, dude. Here, watch. I can break away and show you the outside here. I love it when it's this twilight color outside. I think it looks so cool. How cool is that? Come on. And if you didn't know, you can fit people loosely in the back, although, yes, you can shoot from the side, but the problem with that is if the pilot goes up too high too quickly, the people in the back can fall out pretty easily, so you do have to look out for that. You want to see how fast it goes? I love flying. It's the best. Oh, and anybody that likes space stuff, again, we're doing Kerbal Space Program in the mix on Friday. We'll still be doing Rust videos and then a Rust stream. But I think this weekend we might be trying to squeeze in, on top of everything else that's Rust, Star Citizen, because that 3.18 patch is about to hit main branch as well. So if you like anything sci-fi and you haven't seen that game, it is absolutely beautiful and unreal. The scrap helicopter has been in the game for, I think, 3 years? Maybe 4 now? Let's see. Yeah, it's been 4 years. Fun fact, Rust is 9 years old. I've been playing Rust both in early access and beta for both versions of the game. For the PC side and the console side. Beautiful. With the addition of Power Surge coming in very soon for us, depending on when you watch this, we now have Power Plant added to the game. I know it's not new for PC, but it's going to be new for us on the console side. So we're going to go through not only different areas to loot here on the Power Plant monument, but also how to do the main puzzle. So we're going to go through and show you just an overview here very quickly. You have the cooling towers, the wrecked cooling tower, the main cooling tower. You have one of the puzzle buildings here. We'll just call this puzzle building 1, or the wheelhouse building, because it has this crank wheel here. But then we have the main puzzle building here, where the loot is sitting inside of, and then we have the other switch building on the outside here, which is right next to the cooling towers and one of the main entrances. Okay, so what you're going to need for this is a green card, a blue card, and a fuse. And you do need some rad protection, but if you're going to stay out of the cooling towers, usually 20 is going to do you just fine for most places here. Okay, so the first thing you need to do the puzzle here is come up here and flick the switch on the generator here. Now, this is not on a timer, but what you're going to have to do is run over here. We have another switch on the back side here that is on a timer, and then we'll have to run through and get into the main puzzle building here in the center of the screen in time to use the green card, and then we'll work through the rest of the puzzle here. So this is a great monument. It's not high tier. Obviously, you get a red card here, but you don't have red card loot. But this is just big enough where you've got a lot of different loot scattered all over the place. But also, it's not going to attract a lot of the big boys necessarily. A lot of the big boys will be hanging out on oil rig, cargo ship, and launch sites. So this can be a nice place to stack up the loot. And let's not forget, you don't even need to be running red card monuments. You can just get the red card and then go to the bandit camp and cash it out for scrap. You can do that today. Okay, so going over here to the other switch building, we're going to go ahead and flick this on. And then you can see both of these are green, which means you can now hit the timer. And now you have to run over to the main puzzle building. And there are two entrances. One's in the sewer and one's on top. Actually, I believe there's two entrances on top here on the surface. So there's lots of different sneaky places to get in on the main building. And that's, again, what makes power plants so good, is there's a lot of good verticality and places to escape. So if you're running solo, this can be a great monument to be running all the time. Okay, so we're going to go in on this door here. You swipe the old green card. Once you come in, I don't think we have these light switches yet. These that just flash yellow are just lights. They aren't actually a part of the puzzle system itself. But if you look down here on the main floor, we have generators down here. Okay, you know what? Let's go around this way because I think the switch is back here because I always forget it. So coming into this door, take a right, then come around to the back of these generators here, and then you'll see another switch. It needs to be green for you to do the rest of the puzzle upstairs. Now, you can jump on top of these generators. There's even some boxes back here to go up, so there's multiple ways to get up to the second floor. You can also take the stairs. By the way, the secret tunnel entrance does spill into this side as well, so yeah, it is still a green card entrance. But let's go ahead and use the main stairs back here. It's another green card entrance. And then we have some boxes back here, but then you can take these stairs. And don't forget, there's little peeky holes in the windows, so people can definitely split your wig coming upstairs. Right here is another generator floor with some more peek downs. You can see outside, a lot of great places to engage other players. And then once you get up to the third story here, you're going to come around the corner here. Here's the blue entrance. You can see it's not lit yet, so if you follow the cables, you'll come back around here, and this is the spot for your fuse. Please excuse my, what do you call it, 100 stack. We've super stacked it. And now this is open. I thought we had a switch, but we don't. And now you can use the blue card to get into the main loot room. You can see some military crates that cycle in and out of here. Here's the other entrance on the other side. If you go upstairs, there should be a cluster of more brown boxes / military boxes. It just depends on what the role is for the loot table. And over here is the red card. Don't forget, you can sell that over at Bandit Camp. So another really good thing to do here is to camp around. Inside of this monument, you can really catch a lot of people slipping, especially at the recycler. You can hear it going off. But you can go to the rooftop and camp out there and wait for this thing to cycle back. This actually was a really great place to come in with a helicopter. Still is, but these grates didn't used to be here. So you used to be able to skip the entire puzzle and fly in. But still, it's a really great place to come up to the top here and then kind of camp out. Listen for the noises of the recycler and then swoop down on somebody unsuspecting. And if you have another player with you, you can double jump up here to camp out and wait for people to come through. It's a really good place to post up. Okay, so now that we have the main puzzle solved here, let's go ahead and show you the main cooling towers. So over here, the destroyed cooling tower is very nice. Don't underestimate this because it has plenty of loot. But please note that you are going to need a full-blown rad suit for this because you will start to take damage as you go in. But there are lots of little sneaky places to hide loot inside of here. You can see all the wreckage inside here. You can see some barrels. Be on the lookout for brown boxes and military crates. And also, it has a nice secret entrance. So if you use the ladder right here, and a lot of times you'll see some crates up here in these outside pieces here, and then the destroyed cooling tower. We have a mill crate right here. Boom, you're good to go. We have some more boxes, and it looks like a barrel on the side. Again, you'll see some rolls for these, but there's decent loot here for sure. We have a brown box over here, and if you look in the destroyed cooling tower for the lavender bush, if you go here and crouch and kind of ride the side of the wall so you don't take too much damage, this is one of the pipes that go away from the cooling tower, and this will take you up to another great place to camp out if you're waiting for things to recycle. But also, it has a nice little treat up here in the wedge. If you look just past this last hump here, we've got another military crate and a little peek hole. So you can loot this bad boy. The only way in is back through the tunnel we just went through. And then you can see up into one of the main buildings here. You cannot cross through here, believe me, we've tried. But this could be another great place to not only wait for things to recycle, but if you look right here, you'll see this is the main puzzle building. So you can wait for somebody to come up here and use their card and then give them the old uno dos tres. And then if you're good at jumping, like I'm not, you could, oh my goodness, I just missed it twice with admin. Oh my goodness. Okay, so if you land right here, you can make the jump over to the rooftop and then kind of work over on the balcony as well. Boom, and kind of just wait for the movement, right? Wait in the pipes, listen for noises, be a trapdoor spider. So there you go. That's the main rundown for the power plant puzzles and some quick little secrets we have here. And yeah, a few more hidden, so we'll cover those in future videos. But there you go. That's the power plant that has now been added to Rust Console Edition. Bingo. Pierre Ortiz. I don't know what that is. Pierre Ortiz. Did it hiccup during that one? It did. We'll run it again. That was beautiful. Thanks. Yeah, sorry, just checking. Says if you had to pick between Rust and Crust, what would you choose? Rust, obviously. I hope the skins that come out are dope. I do too. I hope we have some deployables, some really good sets. Although, to be fair, I think the last 2 sets of deployables have been good. I really like those neon boxes a lot. Can you ever switch skins from PC to console? No. Sadly, no. It says, Jade, do you know if the new vending machine placements are going to be implemented this force? Yes. So if you are wondering, we had a question in the chat that was saying, the vending machines now, currently, at least before power surge comes in, or power electricity, you're able to place vending machines very close to the wall and cluster them up. Well, with the new power surge update, we have the distancing with the vending machines, which means you can't place them as close to the walls or in clusters. It's to prevent bulking up and beefing out bases, because a lot of people use them as a damage buffer between walls, which is very smart, but it is a little exploitive, or at least game-breaking as far as balance. So they have fixed it on PC, and we will get that patch here for the power surge update. You know what's crazy? I'm not sure. I know inside of here is 25. I want to say this monument is 10. I kind of want to go check. Give me a sec. Let's figure it out. What do we have right now? 15? Well, I can tell you what, I'm shocked. I think inside of here it's rad. This is definitely 25, high radiation. I believe the puzzle building has rads. What about these areas? Nope. Does this one? Nope. What about in the tubes? Maybe in the tubes? Definitely by the towers, there's rads. It says, thank you for showing how to run power plant. I was missing a... Hey, no problem. We'll have a bunch more. I'm pretty sure there's rads in here, right? Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. I'm kind of shocked there's none outside, right? I guess I was thinking more launch site. I don't know why, but it was. Let's take some of those crazy radiation thingies, and then we'll be good. Having a jug of water, if you didn't know, kind of gets rid of it. I'm sure if you guys have done launch site, you'll know about that. Man, that wrecked me, dude. That wrecked me. Boost, 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 boost. Okay, let's see if we can do a 10 for this one. Okay, that's 10 even. I wasn't sure. Oh, it is 10. Okay, that's not so bad. This tower, I am sure, is 25, unless they've changed it recently. I don't think they have. Roman Scott, thank you for the super chat. He says, thanks for your electricity breakdown videos. No problem, man. I appreciate the kind words and the support and the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I hope you guys are getting excited about it as I am, because I love it. Yeah, okay. Definitely 25 for that one. I think even with the hazmat suit, it's pretty rough. Gaming with the boys says hi. Hello. Yeah, look, we have the most rads protection you can have. And we're teetering on it. Hey, anti-radiation pills actually have a use now. You see how I'm just slowly taking rads? So you really can't camp here, you just have to grab and then go. So it looks like this tower is still a 50, but it looks like you're not going to take slow rads, but the busted cooling tower does. Although, to be fair, an actual cooling tower typically isn't the one that has the radioactivity, and there's no like fuel rods here if you want to get super technical. That radiation would typically be where the rods are going in and out, correct? I could be wrong. I don't know. It says, can you wear or ever switch skins from PC to console? No, you can't. Yeah, good stuff, right? Science. It's for science. Okay, let me check my list real quick. We'll go fly over to our set. You know what? Let's clarify. Okay, so for the power plant, as far as radiation is concerned, it looks like walking around anywhere, you'll be safe. There's 2, or really technically 3 hot zones for radioactivity. The puzzle building, you're going to need at least 10. radiation inside of this building. And these are a little unique. These both will take a full 50 radiation protection, but the broken cooling tower is going to take 50 units of radiation, but you're going to need to have radiation pills or water because you will slowly take radiation damage as you do so. But it looks like the other tower next to it, you can survive it. You're not going to take radiation that slowly. Oops, here we go. Oh my goodness, we're almost totally wrecked. Radiation pills, radiation pills. But if you come over here, as long as you have the rad suit on, you're not going to take, or the hazmat suit, you're not going to take rads over time like you will in the broken one. Oh, I forgot, I'm not invincible. My bad. Oh, I died. Oh no. Where is my bag? I don't even know. Oh, that's embarrassing. Shh, don't tell anyone, okay? That never happened. Hey, let's turn this back on. The industrial update on PC looks horrible. It's actually a lot of fun. I like the new furnaces they got. I do too. So for me, I don't know. Like, what do you guys think? Let me put it out there. So as far as skins are concerned, and this is like no matter where you play, if it's PC or console, it doesn't matter, right? What skins do you like to see the most? Like for what items? For me, deployables in general, but I love to see metal doors, garage doors, big, large boxes, because it's just something I feel like I use all the time. And let's see, what else, and like the Timmy skins on occasion, but like for me, I like those the most. And even like an occasional armor door skin. Rug and jackhammer, nice, nice. What's up? Ryan Cole says, what's up, bro? What up, dude? I just turned off G mode and I actually broke my legs, so I'm doing great. There I am. The admin got destroyed. They have just enough space. Go me. Oops. Forgot I was still in the... it says Tommy MP5 and the T2 armor. Yeah, I'm with you on the T2 armor. Because I feel like that's more accessible. We often will roll around with T2 armor more than anything. And not to say we don't go full metal, but I just feel like those are more situational unless you're really rich out of your mind. Wish they added purple camel set. Yeah, they will. Panda bear rug, nice. The jackhammer. You know what? Can I add the jackhammer? That's a good one too. Let's see. I feel like I'm missing another one. Yeah, I love the deployable stuff. I'm a fan. I am a fan. I do enjoy thoroughly. We'll throw a little bit of music up while I check my notes right fast. We'll take a look at this setup. Do you guys want to see some anti-roof camp electrical circuit? We can do something like that. We implemented it in the, I'm trying to remember what this base is called. The electric wedge, the full-blown electric wedge. Did I set this up where it's turning on? So how this works is anybody that gets up to the rooftop, that ladders up to the top here, will activate. So if somebody's trying to mess with your solar panels, you see how that just turned on? And will stay on even if I'm not up there activating it for, I think I set it for 2 or 3 minutes. So it's a way to, if you're a solo, to save on battery life so you can have this run for longer. It's harder to kind of, I guess, kite the turret to turn it on and off to like exploit it, to like shoot it and stuff. So it makes it more effective. You have a longer run time and it keeps people off of your rooftop. Pretty nice. Says, when did they add the hazmat skins on consoles? They haven't. I wish. I wish, dude. And with electricity, I think hiding out in the winter biome is going to be a lot more viable for solos. Because you can actually live inside your base with the heater on. Hold on, we have more buffering. Hold tight. Go for it, Wolf. Hang tight. Another wave of buffering on my end. At least I saw the yellow box. I don't know if you guys can hear me or not. We need double armor door skins. Yes. Yes. We need at least one. You are correct. I don't think we have any, do we? Says I don't care about fancy skins. All I want now is custom servers. I can get with that. Although I feel like for organization in the base, I feel like having large boxes of just any shape or size, well, color, shapes, whatever is on the skin, to help organize things. I think that helps. Although to be fair, if we kind of show this real fast, I think it's this here. If we get more sets like this, I will be a very happy camper. Let me just, I don't know where I could place this because it's kind of bright out here. Let me throw it up here maybe. Skins that are sets like this, and we have, I think, sets that are like this, are close to it. Like these a lot. First, I didn't think it was that cool game. I really like it. We have boom. We have hole, and then yeah, I like. Let me see if I like this set. This one's sharp. Then we have like guns. Then we have fragments. Actually, I can show you. They both have areas, both the short and side on the top, which I think is very important if you need like a complete set. I will almost always buy sets. Some sort of label, and then it up so you can see it. It's super important, but it helps you just organize. One more like that in here, if I'm not mistaken. Those are my favorite. It's nice to have the labels. Yeah, these are just my normal lights that I have outside. But hey, labels are good. Labels are good. Sekuten. What is coming next? Wipe. Harry, I got you, dog. Power surge. Electricity. Power basics. Boom. Sorry for the buffering. I think it's cleared up. We almost have 100 votes. Right now it says, will you be playing Wipe Day on February 23rd? We have 66% that said yes, 9% that said no, 14% that said no, waiting for custom servers, and then we have 11% that said wait. There's a Wipe Thursday? Say what? That's interesting. I don't mind some of the wooden door skins, but probably not like, I don't know, I feel like we need some more metal double doors. Definitely an armor double door. I'd be down for that for sure. I wish the LG boxes fit on console like they do on PC. Yeah, it's a bit tighter for us because we don't have that finite control. So it can make it a lot more difficult for sure. There's little tricks to get them in there, but it's rough. It's rough for sure. What's up, Wolf? He says custom servers. This is all the information we have up to this point about custom servers. We do know it's coming this year. My guess would be Q3 or 4. I hope it's sooner than that. I know a lot of people want to play on our customs. Is this the one Bio was doing last time? Or is this the one I kind of messed with? Yeah, this is the wedge. So yeah, if you have a chance to go over to Builder's Paradise, there's a couple of different, this is specifically a solo base. It's a vault solo base. Really good. You might want to practice it on Builder's Paradise. Here's another really good solo and duo bunker base. And here's another solo duo bunker base to get you started. And really, if you're solo, just make a couple of those bad boys. Make a wedge, make a saddle. And it's super cheap. You just need to farm one time on the server, and you're pretty much good for the entire wipe if you're playing on weekly. It doesn't get too crazy. And you can always add the secondary floor if you really want to, or just leave it like this. Here is the electric wedge with the top taken off. Is that BioLazer? That's funny. Be cool if they added a rug, sleeping bag skins. Yeah, I would take that for sure. I think refrigerator skins are going to be more popular once the Farming 2.0 comes in. It'll be a place we store clones, seeds, super plants, all that good stuff. Very excited. You know, these are rare, but the slats that are on top of the garage door are very useful. There's also a lot of, not a lot of, a rare amount of these for regular door frames as well, or like metal sheets. Let's see if I can remember these off the top of my head. There's a couple for wood, and obviously the armored door has one built in, obviously. Yeah, sorry for all the buffering. If you do see that, just go ahead and wade through it. It's my side, it's not you. So, apologies. The internet's been rough. I don't think that train thing would have done it, right? The stuff that's going on in wherever that derailment is. I don't think so. I don't know where the internet goes through over that end of the country, but I don't know. All I know is there was some sort of accident that affected the infrastructure somewhere, and somehow, some way, it affects me and my internet. So it's super frustrating, is what I'm saying. Where we're looking for? Oh yeah, there we go. The rainbow door. Bingo. It's rare to have holes on these doors. And where's the other one? Isn't there? There's one. This was from a charity stream. These are super hard to get a hold of, and you can't trade these. So these are pretty rare. And it has like a nice light up section. I'm a fan, dude. So if we ever had a chance to get a sheet metal door that had like a little hole in it and it glowed a little bit, I would be down for the console side, baby. 100%. These are rare. They do sell in the store here. I think, no, I'm sorry. There's one type of door they sell, and one was a twist drop. I think they're both sheet metal doors, if memory serves me correctly. Let's see if I can remember, and then we'll go into some builds and stuff and answer more questions. Yes? Yes. Am I losing my mind here? Is it? There's one. I think that was a twist drop. And there's another one that's kind of close to that. It basically it is the asset from the game. There it is. This is the one from the twist drop. That's the one that you can buy. Very rare to have holes in sheet metal doors. So if we got those, I would be down. Although to be fair, the one we have on console right now, the love tunnel that has like that parallax thing, that's super sweet. And then I think there's only a handful of these bad boys for roller boys. I like skins. You know, in a game you play a lot, especially a game that you live in that's survival, I get a lot of utility out of it for, you know what I mean? Like, I enjoy it. I know it's not for everybody, and that's fine. But for me, if I'm going to spend money on skins, that's kind of my approach to it, I think. Is, you know, we're there a lot, so why not? You gotta make your house look good, right? Right. Oddly enough, I didn't know this was actually had a slat in it. It was H. June's garage door. You see this little hole right there? At first, I didn't know there was a hole, and I was like, what's wrong with that door? Because I put it on a loot room, and I was like, oh, it's got a thing in it. Does this one have it? Oh, it does. How about that? Actually, I didn't know that one had one. What's cool about the PC side is you can actually go to the marketplace on Steam and then purchase these that way. Some of them go up in price quite a bit. Some of them can't be traded. You have to get them through like twist drops and stuff. I know there's one more I'm missing, right? There's, oh man. Which one is it? Which one is it? I'm probably looking right at, is it this one? No. There's that one, that one. This one's worth a lot because it has the whole, there it is. Bit more difficult to look through, but you know, it's a thing. We got it. What's up? What he goes, Static says, remember the sick swaggy clothes in H1Z1? It says that you had, he says you were straight up rich in that game. I know, right? He says, yeah, some skins are stupid expensive. Yeah, because for the PC side, they just sell them one time. and then that's the population of skins for like a particular item, right? So you can trade them amongst each other, but if there's a high demand and the pool isn't very large, then obviously the price goes up. The ones that really shot up were these sets, mostly because I think people didn't realize these glowed in the dark. Because they're cool, but I think the ones that have the highest value right now are the ones that have multi light up sides and they're labeled like that. And this one's pretty stylized. I like it. So this one went up drastically. A lot of these boxes are worth, I think, in double digits, 10, 20 bucks or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. And I got them for like $3 or $4. If I would have known that, obviously I would have stocked up. But yeah, these usually command a high value because they've got holes in them. If you've got like a box or something, you can kind of peek outside the door. Although, let's be real, the chances of you putting this outside as your main exit is not a good idea because this door almost takes 3 seconds to open and close. Well, just to open. So if you're going to get smoked in the face, it won't be enough time to close the garage door, and that means someone's going to go deep on your base. Extra deep. I don't have a big grin, no. That one's like really expensive. That's like, I think it's more than $700, right? That one's crazy expensive. It's crazy since it's all on Steam. I sold my Halloween bag, which it was like one of the first skins. And so I sold it for like 60 bucks. It's worth way more than that now. And I bought like a game off of it in Steam, which is kind of dope. So Halloween skin didn't look that good, but it was just rare because it was one of the first ones that didn't look that good. So a lot of people didn't get it. It is a BP wipe, Wolf. What's up, Zach says, hey, baby, what's up, dude? What's up, my man? It's been a minute, dude. Any word on joining the... Says, do you prefer windmill or solar panels on a trio-sized base? Well, let me ask you this. Because I have multiple answers, but that's a good question. How many turrets do you plan on powering endgame for that size? And while you're answering that, here's another response. I'm not opposed to having these. I'm just pretty adverse to having these too early. I usually like to set up big clusters of these on the rooftop because it's low profile. Because if you can get your base efficiently running off of these, then adding this is just extra, you know? And these cost so much to buy and to craft. And you've heard me say it a million times, but it's true. If I'm raiding, the people I look at first are these giant windmill towers because I'm like, they got money. Know what I'm saying? Okay, 3. You could probably get away with like 4 or 6 solar panels on the top. So that wood door is like $2,000. Which one is? Shut up. Which wood door? That's $2,000. Shut up. Says, dude, I want to join so bad. It says, I'm hoping on having a console by the end of the year. Okay. I would say Series S or Series X, for sure. 3 turrets endgame. Okay. You can reliably run, if you're turning it on and off consistently and not leaving it on all the time, you can definitely run 3 if you're choosy about when you turn it on off of 4 solar panels. But if you think about it, if you have all 3 at once, and yeah, try to get 6, you don't necessarily need a wind turbine at all. Just as soon as, here's my suggestion, recommendation. If you are getting solar panels, as soon as you get any battery, plug it into something and start charging it passively. So either, well, probably a solar panel, because you usually don't get this one before you get this one. So I would say do that and start collecting power immediately, because then it gives you a nice buffer. And then if you are getting turrets slowly, definitely stay solar panels. Just do a cluster of 2 to start charging a battery. If you need to put on a turret, you can, and then you can up it to 4 solar panels total. Good stuff. That's a really good question. That's like a very realistic use case in like, hey, what do I do? Because the reason why you don't want to go too big too fast is it's going to add a huge footprint, and it's going to get a little unruly to manage at first. Although if you're in a situation where you got it, then, you know, use it and start charging stuff. But I usually try to steer people away from going big windmills too fast because it's a lot. think we can get solar panels off of this, right? Or no? No? Let me just kind of show you an example. You probably already know, but this is probably for people that don't, if you've already know this. So a lot of times you'll see me start with, because we're so broke, we don't have the money to like, a lot of times we don't have solar panels, right? So like we can't find them. Sometimes you do. If you do, you're lucky. It's like finding a garage door off the rip. A lot of times we'll have to go to the outpost and then go purchase a solar panel for 75 scrappy poo. And the reason why you want to do that is because it does take tech trash to make. So if you go to the outpost and purchase this bad boy, you can put it up, and the ample ways to set this up are northeast and southwest. I always do them in clusters like so. And then if I have just one, then I will just start to charge the battery with one of these, just to get it going, because it takes a while. And yes, off of one solar panel that only works for half of the daylight hours, yeah, it's going to be really bad. But you get it started, and that's the whole idea. So we'll just kind of throw this right here. And then during the daytime, it's only going to charge when it's facing, this would be morning time for the northeast. So you would just take this and plug it in. And then as you start to scale up your connection, or you get more solar panels, because you might, I will add like the other side to it. So if we somehow came across tech trash, or we could craft these, I would place the other solar panel for the afternoon. And then I would place things down like this guy here, the old root combiner. And then I consider a morning and afternoon a cluster of solar panels, because that gets you for the waking day, which is a small amount of power, but it's very consistent. And so I usually like to stick these on the cluster or close to it. I usually don't put these on the rooftop, just putting that out there. Let's go ahead and do what we normally do and use this like purplish thing. Dude, I think I got the Gerbies. You know what I'm talking about? Or you know you got bubble guts? Well, if I have to use the restroom, you guys cool with the music while I drop a hot deucer? What's crazy is I did a pre-stream dumpers. So then, as you get more, I start to add more of these solar panels. So then I'll try to add another cluster. But hey, sometimes you just get 3. And this is usually enough to get things going. And if you've been running this for a few in-game days, you've got enough charge on your setup that it's going to be enough to start to run turrets. You can run 2 turrets off of this pretty reliably. And if you're choosy with when you turn things on and off, you can definitely do it off of 3. And if you really want to have like long run times and not worry about like a good bounce back after you run a set of turrets for a period of time, put up 6 of these bad boys. But that'll be later. But if you do your turrets slowly, it should make things a bit easier for you. And so you would combine all of these into one. Actually, let's just put it like this, right? And then we'll take, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. And we'll change the color of the clusters here. This will be like hot pink or something. And then the other one will be, I don't know, we'll call this one yellow. Just so you can kind of see how all this comes together. And yes, I love running my cables like it's Tron. And then you'd run this into the battery. And so you've got even more battery charge happening. Let me just leave this out so you guys can see it. Do it like that and pull back. That should be easier. There we go. And so that way you have 2 panels going for morning and 2 panels going for the afternoon. So yes, it's a low amount of power, but it's very consistent. And there'll obviously be no power at nighttime. And that's the disadvantage to these. They're low output, and they don't run at nighttime, but they are very consistent from day to day. Wind turbines aren't consistent from day to day. They're not even consistent from like hour to hour in-game. And they're very susceptible to getting shot at, and also obstructions. But they do generate a lot of power. But they can be very variable. So a lot of times you'll see yourself mixing power types. If you're trying to stay low-key, mixing solar panels and power generators is a good way to go. If you're running solo, I try to advise people from going this route, wind turbine, because you're just asking for it. A lot of times you can have all of your power needs met by just having a cluster of solar panels here. And usually I go up to 6, sometimes 8 solar panels total, and then I'll start considering it like a wind turbine. But for the most part, if you're doing small applications, this should be enough to get you started, and 6 should last you for the wipe if you're doing constant charges. The metal tree door. Which one is? Is it? Are you talking about this one? Yeah, I got bubble guts. I can feel it brewing, dude. Oof. Ugh. Jeez. I might have a poo-poo emergency here in a minute. My goodness. You know where you just like, you kind of get cold for a second? You're like, ah. Is it a double door or a single door? Oh, I think I know which one you're talking about. I might have that one. There's no way that's $2,000, dude. And if it is, I'm cashing it out and I'm having free games for like the next 3 years. Or 4 years. Who knows? I actually don't spend that much on games. Is it on the metal sheet metal door singles? Dude, I'm going to freak out if it's that much. Is it this one? Is it... there's another metal. Dude, I'll be amazed. Single door, okay. I don't know if I have that door. I'll be amazed if it's really $2,000. I'm gonna have to look that up. That's this one? I think there's one other metal tree that I can think of. I say we got $2,000. We are cashing that out, and we are getting some games for free. I think that's the only one I have. I think I know which one you're talking about, and I had no idea it shot up that high. This one's pretty dope. Yeah, I didn't think it's not this one. The artist store. I suppose I should go through and check my skins and stuff and see which ones shot up. Yeah, the only one I was thinking of was this one. You said Metal Tree and I got excited. Is it? Yeah, it's this one, the Midnight Door. It's tan. You don't see it in the list, do you? Here, I'll go slowly. I do like these. They're like little digital LED readouts, like the old school stuff. I like it a lot. Here's my other tree door. Way too many skins. You're telling me, dude. And I got a mouse wheel to flick through this, too. These are like Phoenix, Tiger. The camo door is pretty dope. That's hot. I do like this one. The one they just released, I think, 2 weeks ago. I don't know. Since I've been sick, it's hard to keep track of time. I think it was like 3 weeks ago. This is on the PC side. I hope we get something like this. Oh, I can just paint it like this. Yes. That. I mean, tell me that's not dope, right? It's twig, and you got little holes in there. Oh, you know, I just remembered. There's another door that has a hole in it that is wooden. It is this one. Yeah, but when you've been playing this game for almost 10 years, you're gonna get some skins if you've been playing it on the regular. And I know it supports the people that make the skins. It supports the game development past me purchasing it. So clearly, I support this game. You know what I mean? Clearly, I've spent some money on Rust. But I mean, we play it so much. It's basically my home away from home. Says Jade, do you think your Halloween bag maybe sold for 700? I think I sold it for like 80 or 60 bucks. I think it's worth like double digit or triple digits now. I think it's like 600 or 700, yeah. What rug skins do I have? Okay, let's take a look. We can try that out. There aren't too many rug skins to be real, not that I know of. Yeah, I have like 5 or 6 maybe. That one's new. That's pretty dope. Then we got this one, the beach towel, which came with the DLC. Then we have like a Twitch one. Then we have these different camo ones, which are cool. We got this Easter one here. mean, that's pretty dope, right? You got the hazmat guy making a sandcastle. Looks like this guy's taking a leak on a bush. That's awesome. This came out around, well, it was the summer DLC, but then we had cars not too long after that. This one's super cool. Skins are 5. I have way too many on console. Skins are fire. It says I have way too many. Yes. This one's pretty dope. Jeez. I was like reading. I was like, I can't read good. We got distracted. Are we going to do some building or what? Right? You guys cool with that though? You know what I mean? The little tangents. These stupid Easter bunnies. Oh man, we're outside. People get murdered and door camped, getting deeped on, and there's like, he's like, look, I'm a chick. You guys want to paint some eggs? Isn't the heart dope? It's it goes in this direction. So if you want it to like face you, you have to have it like that. The Twitch one's kind of obnoxious, isn't it? The Twitch Rivals. It was such a cool. By the way, if you watch the Twitch Rivals thing, that when they did that, that was actually super dope. Like the way they did like the main channel for it. I mean, I watched the individual creators obviously, but that was neat. I was like, man, if they did like a regular thing like this, like every month or something, I'd watch that. Like where they've got like an objective and there's teams and there's no like, you know, they're all like whitelisted or whatever that's called. You know what I mean? Like a VIP list. They're basically all streamers, so the chances of them cheating and like doing nefarious stuff is usually lower. And like, and then having like a camera guy go around that's invisible, but he can like see all the different areas and stuff. It was super dope. Says, what I miss, my good sir. Hey, what's up? Says, those are cool. He says, later, get it. He says, catch you next time. All right, Mr. Russo. Dude, I'm like, do I have to shit or what? My goodness. I'm like, Jedi focus? You do not have to poop. I missed the live part of Trust and Rust. I was just able to run it to get the skins. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna have to drop a hot 2. I'm gonna leave up. I'm getting sweaty. I'm gonna leave up the music. Is that cool? It's gonna have to be because I'm gonna shit my pants. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Let's just I'm gonna we'll start with this. I'm sorry, I'll be right back. Whee! Alright, so sorry it took forever. That was definitely an emergency. I apologize. Wow. There's nothing worse than having to use the restroom while you're streaming. The only other thing that's probably up there is when your internet starts cutting out. So, thank you for sticking around. I appreciate it. So we've had doo-doo internet connectivity earlier, and then I had to take a bio break. You know what I'm saying? Whew. Okay. Where were we? That was crazy. Hi, guys. Welcome back. Hi! Thanks for waiting, guys. Thanks for keeping the chat warm, too. Did you guys like the music? We were going to cover... I gotta go check my notes. I hope Jade has trust in his toilet. Funny story. So I have weak plumbing, so the toilet often gets plugged, right? So I knew I was in a emergency state. So before I did that, I flushed the toilet to check. And of course, it was, you know, so I'm like, okay, I'm going to have to plunge it. So I'm sitting there trying to plunge it, squeezing my cheeks. And then I look and I'm like, oh, I don't have enough toilet paper. Go to the closet, get more toilet paper. And I'm like, geez, could this be any worse? Then you're already sweating it because you're like, I got to get back to the stream. Yeah, it's a terrible feeling to have to do that when you're streaming. And yes, I do make an effort to do that beforehand. And I did. That's what makes that so much crazier. Anyway, sometimes things happen. Sometimes. It says, while you were gone, Michael Jordan donated $9 million. To what? What did he donate it to? I mean, if he donated it to me, I'd be like, looks like we're having a Jade Con. Let's get stupid. Know what I mean? Okay, let me check the notes. What am I doing? I don't know if anybody played old school Halo, but like we used to play in the party and stuff all the time and just like talk. And we used to like jump around the map and stuff, and I find myself doing that when we're chatting, and I was like, oh, we were like doing something. My bad. Okay. Getting back on task. I did want to show the automatic light setup. I think we'll maybe try that. This doesn't take very long. Toot toot toot. Let's try that. And feel free to drop any power surge questions, console questions, whatever. Throw it in the chat. It's more interesting that way. Says on Surround, it says love it. Nice. I try to, you know, that's the kind of stuff I would listen to, so I put it on there. It's nice to have that option when you have to break away for a moment or a few moments. We can also show how to set this up. I think we did it last time, but we can do it again. This is the wedge bunker base, but it's fully flushed out with the anti-roof camp. I guess we could show the anti-roof camp setup, and then we can show the automatic lights, which I don't think we've really shown too much. I guess we did. No, we did like 3 months ago, but I'm sure there's plenty of people that are interested now because it's almost upon us. Let's get rid of those. I don't think we need that. We don't need that. Since if I hide 9 million, it says I would pay the Rust console devs to add vehicles. Yeah, I'm with you. I'd be like, how much you need? It says I die a lot, but I end up with a lot. Getting raided by big groups, he says, but I don't quit. I just rebuild and keep going. That's the way to do it. And really, after you play Rust for a long time, you start to realize it's more about like how much fun you have during the wipe. It's cool to win the fights, but sometimes you don't. But it's more fun to kind of like have that back and forth struggle. And that's what makes fun wipes. And then when you usually get to use most of your gear, whether you win or lose, those are fun wipes, for sure. Because you're like, yeah, well, I'm going to lose it anyway at the end of the week, so... Or end of the month, or whenever. Okay, so we've got the standard timing on. So we could do this. We could show the normal light, I guess. Here's the other thing, too, right? I love this setup. So I love the wedge bunker base because it's so cheap, but I really like the fact that we can jam a bunch of electronic components in there and even make it cozier than that by putting in things like lights. Where are you? Where? Oh, wait, oh, oh, hey, I'm all over the place. Hey, oh, I'm by the. There we go. Wait, no, it's over in this one. Wow, I'm all. This one's the side saddle. This one is the wedge. My goodness. Like having a light here and then the heater, so you can just go out in the middle of nowhere in the snow biome because you know people aren't going to spawn there, and even the geared players have a hard time because if you walk around geared with the high, what was it, full metal plate, you're going to be freezing to death anyway. And if you're on the edge of the water and any of them get wet in any way, shape, or form, then they're hurting. So it's a really good place to camp out. This heater does wonders. I love the idea of having this set up. We did this almost immediately when Power Surge came out. We had this little pocket for the battery. We got, I think, 2 solar panels cooking. And then we got a light and a furnace. A furnace, geez, no, a heater. I can't figure out the whole auto garage door thing with the turret behind it with the sensor. Okay, I got you. Good question, Nate Davis. You want me to hit that one first? I'm more than happy to do so. Unless there's another one that's pressing. Let me know. That's a good question. We can set it up. No problem. Yeah, I think in the next week or so, we'll probably mix in a wipe over on PC. I think that would be fun. Kind of just mess around, do what we normally do, steal helicopters and go up to the largest base and call them trash and see what happens. Or crash their helicopters into the ground and let them know it was us. Says, you know what I want? Console hazmat skins. I do too. I'm with you, man. Oh, that's a new sound. Right? Those are never in the game before. Interesting. Okay, so if we do the turret doors, we can do HBF sensor, which will be over here. HBF sensor, correct? Is that what you're talking about for the turret doors? HBF sensor, I think a timer. We'll need one of those. Hold on just one sec. Let me make sure this is good here. I don't want anybody getting doxxed here. Give me just one sec. Okay, just had to make sure. Gotta be safe, you know? Says that's up to you. Says I just suck at the wiring. Hey, you know what? It's really good you're trying it, Nate Davis. It's confusing for everybody at first. Just stick with it. Start with the simple stuff. If you're trying to move into something like these turrets, give it a little bit of time. Break it down into smaller pieces, and just keep at it. Go on to Builder's Paradise, which it sounds like maybe you have, and just keep at it because it's worth it. And once you kind of pass that hump, things get a lot easier. So don't sweat it, man. It's actually really good that you're trying out some of the more advanced stuff because that's extremely useful. And I will try to show it to you the best way I know how. HBF sensor. We're going to use a lot of switches. We're going to need a timer most likely because we're going to show some variations. We have the turret in here. No, we don't. Okay, let's get that. I'll just leave the turret empty if that's okay with you. I feel like we're missing something else, but I guess we'll figure it out as we go. This might be a good place to do so. This is kind of set up for it. Okay, while we figure out some more pieces and parts, I'll try to get this set up in a more realistic fashion. Alright, so we have this here. We can probably run this off of just 2. That's all we need, really. Did you guys notice that we got the extra colors now? We have the full color wheel now for wiring. Pretty nice, right? And we used to have just these 5 here, but now we have the extra colors. The extra, is this another 5? Yeah, it is. So we have 10 colors altogether. So if you ever need access to the colored wiring, just make sure your wire tool is out. So your wire tool right here in your hands, and then just hold the reload button, and you'll be able to select on the wheel. Pretty nice. I'm a fan. I'm so weird about wiring this stuff, aren't I? Or is it fine? I'm just such a goof about it. If you've ever done any like Illustrator or vector work, I think that's where all this comes from. Or for like Bezier curves and stuff. I guess you do that in 3D modeling too. Yeah, anything with like vector points, Bezier curves. I'm going to put up a medium battery because that's the one that's more realistic because you can buy that one at the Bandito Camp. We'll throw that bad boy up right here. And you know what we will do? We'll take it back to normal time. Oh my goodness, it's dark. Okay, so I'm glad we did because we're not actually getting any charge on that battery whatsoever. So the server time is this. So we're going to go ahead and change it. And the reason why it lags a little bit is because it's real time and the server has to react to it. So now that it's caught up, we should be getting a charge on this soon enough. Man, I love the electronics in this game. Ever since they added this to the PC like 3-4 years ago, I was like, I love this. It's the best. Okay, so now what we're getting here is a slow charge from the morning solar panel, which is 20, so we're getting a slow charge on this, which should be enough while we do the rest. Okay, for argument's sake, I think we'll just leave this as a door, but typically you'll see something like a window frame, just because you can stick the glass window in there. Some people use 3 garage doors. I'm not a huge fan of that. It says, I watched a video on it, and it was like, I got the setup, but excluding myself from the sensor. It says it wasn't opening the door. Okay. It's good you're trying it out, man. I'm telling you, once you get these down, you're going to feel so much more confident with it and be like, oh, now that I know that, I'm like super electrician, man. Super electric man. You want me to show you the pairing of the doors first? That might be easiest. We'll start with that. We'll go over it as I do each individual piece, but it is weird. I remember struggling with that when I first had it. I was like, oh, how does this work? Because you think you get it, and then all of a sudden you're like, I think it's broken. And then you're like, oh, I just don't understand what's going on yet. Let's go ahead and throw it down, like right. Yeah, let's throw it. You know what? We have a door right here. Perfect. Okay, so what we can do here is, we'll start fresh. So you have a door. Obviously, you place that down. You do need a code lock, whether it's wooden or metal. Then you'll need a door controller. Right here, and then we'll bring in some other example pieces here, although, you know what, we have them all right there. That's perfect. Okay, so what you can do here is, once you have this up, I already had door controllers, duh. Once your door is here and you don't have anything else around the frame, I usually say to place your door controller on the frame somewhere. Yes, there's some exceptions to that, but for the most part, to keep it linking to this door, you want to get it close to the frame in most cases. So if you want to pair this door to this controller, the only way it knows how to do that is if your door has been locked and it's unlocked, or I should say coded in and then unlocked. So then it knows, because it's in the green state, it's going to look for that door to pair to. So when you have your door green, go up here and hit the action button on your controller, and then you'll know it's paired when it turns green. Now, you must relock your door because you don't want people just walking in. Now, if you don't see this light down here, that means you should probably pick this up and start over. A lot of times when you have this configuration here, things can get a little wacky because of how bulky this wall frame is for stone, which is very, very common. You see how it's taking up that slot where the wood is? When you have 2 of them, it gets a little confusing as to which is which. See how I have that selected and now I have the left selected? When you place things like that, it gets a little goofy. So a lot of times you could either put it on the other side of the frame where there's no intersection, or sometimes placing it on top of the frame can help. That's usually where I run into problems, because when you have a lot of these here, you think it's walled into something, I'm sorry, paired into something, and it's not. It's like on another door. Then you can have some of them paired to 2 doors, and then it's really confusing. And then, yeah, it just gets pretty crazy. So a lot of times you'll see it like this, and then you'll lock it. just set these real quick. I should probably just use wooden locks, huh? So if I wanted to pair this door, I would unlock this, go up here and see the action that says pair door, hit the action button. It's green, so it's paired, so then relock the door, and now this one's ready for a signal. What's beautiful about this bad boy, we'll go back to our example here, is any burst of power will open it, but as soon as the power is gone, the door will fail shut. So if you lose power, gets destroyed, the door will shut automatically. So the red switch is a very special switch because it generates its own power for a fraction of a second. And that will be just enough for this door controller to activate, as a door controller only requires 1 unit of power to run. So watch, 1 burst of power, and then you're good. See, it goes right back to shut. This is kind of a good way to test. You can do the same thing with the pressure plate. So hopefully that helps with the garage doors. I know that's one of the one of the things I ran into the most was doing the garage doors all clustered up like this on wall frames. It gets a little crowded. And sometimes having the roller boy section on the inside can make it even more crowded. So you just kind of have to organize things a little bit. If you want to test door controllers, I would strongly recommend using a sheet metal door, which is a regular door frame. It kind of helps organize things, and once you're comfortable with that, then you can move out to the other stuff. If it's giving you a hang-up. I get it. It's a lot. You could do a key lock. You don't have to do a code lock. It works the same way. It's just that you have to be green when you're setting it. It has to be unlocked. That's how it knows which door you're pairing it to. So same thing here. We can have a door here. And then if you're setting this one here, and if you're solo, you're going to use a wooden lock. You see how it's red? Doors cannot be paired if they are locked. So this one won't pair to this door because it's not unlocked. So you have to hold it, unlock it. So go from red to green on any door type or lock type. And then you can pair it by hitting the action button. And you know it pairs when that bottom light goes green. Then it's very important to relock your door. I always say it because it's super easy to just keep going. And then you can have everything great, but then some scrub out here is going to go, oh, that's unlocked. Thanks. And just walks in. You know what I mean? So that's definitely a gotcha. So this works the same way. And if you have more than 1 unit of power, you can daisy chain these together, which makes it very, very friendly for things like a turret port, which is essentially, I think, what you're asking about. Yes, Nate Davis? For real, he says, I was like, is it bugged? I know. And the other thing is once a door controller gets paired to another door controller, it gets in this weird realm where it's not bugged, but it's not in a state that has like reliable behavior, so you have to start over like in most cases. Usually when I've got them crossed like that, I usually just pick it up and start over. Organizing your wiring and your door pairings is important. If you're starting to even just to have 2 turret ports or 3 turret ports. Does that help? Says I play both PC and console. My little brother was like, hey, there's going to be electrical on console. And he said, I'm so confused. So from PC, I knew how to do needless to say. And I've helped like 40 people. Nice. He says, okay, I got you. He says, I had no idea about the unlock. He says, I appreciate it. No problem. Okay, so to put something in a more reliable terms, because it only sends a burst signal, both this pressure plate and this red switch, on its own, there are ways to configure this where it sends a more consistent signal. But the red switch and the pressure plate both have their own amount of power that can be sent in a very small burst. So, like the red switch, if I touch this, the door opens for a second, but look, the light went right off, which means the door is going to shut immediately after it's open. It shuts faster because the animation sequence for a door is faster. but the animation sequence for a garage door is much longer. Another reason why you don't want garage doors on your exterior, because that's a good way to get deeped on. Am I right? But what you can do is send that same signal to your door controller that's consistently on. So we have a switch that has constant power, and we're going to run that up and over into the door controller itself. Beep boop. And now when we flick the switch, the power goes through the cable, through the yellow line, and now it's totally green, which means it's always on, which means the door will stay open. If this gets destroyed, or if you run out of power, just imagine this is a battery and like a solar panel. This is a creative generator. If any of that gets destroyed, this will shut automatically by itself. So it is a fail shut condition, which is absolutely what you want on your base. You don't want it to be like, hey, I'm open already. And what's cool is, even though this has a signal going through, you can still operate the door normally. So I'm just going up here and hitting action on the door. And so if I were to do this, the state of the door is open. So if I were to hit the switch, it automatically goes to shut. And then when I hit the switch again, it goes back to open. So it's very, very smart in that way. The only downside to having a switch like this is if somebody gets into your base, like let's say this is the outside, that's fine. But if they somehow break in on a cheaper way and they can find a switch and this opens like 5 doors, they get a raid for fairly cheap. So that's where things like the Jade smart door is going to come into play, where you can only activate a switch when you're authorized on a TC, which is definitely a lot more complex. And we'll do this a bit later after Power Surge has been out for a little bit, because there's a lot to bite off. Unless we have a lot of people that really want to see it, but it's heady. Just if you're subscribed to the channel, you'll see it. What's up? Sus. Says, so what does that do to the door? It opens it. And what's really cool is if you, again, have more than 1 unit of power going through here, we have a lot. You can daisy chain these together. So if I were to take the top of this, if this is on, then you can pass the rest of the power that's not being consumed over to another item or another door controller. So in a lot of cases, you'll see these all daisy chained together. So it's going to start here in the black wire. If this is turned on, it passes it through the yellow cable into this door controller, which will open it. And then the remainder of power, which will be more than enough, goes up into the green cable and over to the garage door. So now when we hit this switch, it will open both doors. Let's go ahead and get rid of this so it's not confusing. And you can shut it off, and it closes. You can see the flow of power with the marching ants. This is, what are the new skins looking like for this week? I wish I had, and you think because we're in the creator program with them, that we would have like a heads up, but I literally get it the day of like you guys do. So I try to get it out there as soon as possible. So I'm not sure. I hope it's good. And we're going to have so much like stuff between now and then. As far as like Power Surge stuff and like news and whatnot. So I think those skins, they're typically out pretty quickly, but they might be either, who knows, I might get them out that fast, but it might be later on that day or the next day, because we have so much stuff that's coming as far as like videos and stuff. We may not have room until a little bit later. So if you get the skin update stuff or the Jade skin picks a little bit later, I apologize. It's just because we have literally so much stuff already shot. Says, is 4K maps coming Thursday? I don't know. I've only seen them on Builder's Paradise so far. I know the next gen consoles can handle it, no problem. He says, okay, this update is actually cool. Like, yeah. Oh, dude, this opens up so much more. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the turret ports for Nate. So what I like to do is I like to break it down into individual problems, right? So this is one of them. So if you're going to do a turret port that has the doors open automatically, do we have one over here? We do. If we do one, this is basically the example we're looking for. You want this to turn on the turret, and you want it to open the doors. So when the turret is off, you're not going to lose the turret or the weapon inside. In this case, we don't have one loaded, or the ammunition inside. So closing this door will close the bay doors, and it will turn off the turret. That's essentially what you're trying to do, right, Nate? Mr. Davis? This is a very common, I call this a turret port. I don't know what anybody else calls it, but this is a very common setup for your turrets to protect them. because you can't always have them on, right? And even if you can, it's important to be able to control these different areas. So having a switch next to your turret is important because you will need to turn this off to add more ammo, and you will need to turn this off to authorize new players. So even if you're playing solo, having a switch next to your turret is important. Because let's say you have 3 turrets around your base and this one runs out of ammo, but the other 2 haven't. You don't want to shut down your entire defense network just to load in bullets. It would be nice to control just one. And also to turn on turrets that you need and not run all of them at once, because each turret takes at least 10 units of power or more to run. So it adds up quick. If the maximum output on a a medium battery is 50 units, if you have 4 turrets and a little bit of logic in between there, that's it. You know what I mean? So it runs down pretty quick. This has been charging just off of solar power over the last, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes or so, right? It says, do you ever think Rust Plus is going to console because of power surge? Yes, I do. I don't think we're going to get it during this update, Rust Plus, but they definitely hinted towards that they're going to get it in the game. We're just not sure when. I mean, we literally have a storage monitor, so it all but says that. And I've seen very compelling evidence to show that the Rust Plus application will take multiple platforms, i.e. PSN or XBL, because that's what we're going to have to sign into. But how cool is that going to be, dude? Okay, so with the turret port stuff, we've already figured out, I see this in 2 parts, right? So you've got this as the door controllers opening at the same time, which we've solved here. Pairing the door, wiring up the door controllers and stuff, and seeing what the consumption is and how to turn it on. So we've got that down. The next piece is to power the turret. And then to tie it all together, we'll put it in one master switch. So let's go ahead and do that over here. I know this is the thing I wanted to do like right away when power came out. I was like, how do I get my turrets up, and then how do I protect it? You know, get people real comfortable, get them close to the base, and then open up the pod bay doors and just blast them. Where's my door controller? Right there? Okay, so we have the roller boys here. I guess let me paint them so we can talk about them individually, maybe. Maybe. This might be too much, but hey, why not? As you can see, I put wooden locks on there. And then we'll call this, we have the go deep door and the electric side. And then let's go ahead and place, you know what, let's wire up the door frames first. So we have our first door, so let's go ahead and place our door controller here. And then it's really hard to, you know what, let's use a code lock because this is an example and we have to kind of see what's going on. Better yet, because this is an example, typically you would leave that stone. I'm going to make that metal so we can see the door lock easier, just so it's not super confusing. Again, these triangle corners are very, very tricky. Right, because if you didn't know about the lock thing, it's kind of hard to tell what state things are at, right? That should be... they moved it. It still gets me every time, dude. Okay, so we're going to place this. Normally I would stick these up in the frame, but again, it gets a little weird. So we have a lock here, so let's go ahead and unlock this. So it's green, even though it's hidden. We'll go up here and pair it with the action button, which I believe is it X? Or am I thinking of Daisy? You know what I mean. We go up there, we pair it, and then we relock the door. So this door is good to go. We can come over here. We already have a lock, so let's place our door controller up here. Beep. And now let's pull down, and we will unlock the, whoopsie. We will unlock this. Go up to the door controller, hit the action button. It's paired. Let's go ahead and relock the door. So now these are all set. So what we can do now is these doors should be operational. What we can do is let's just go ahead and make the switch here so we can see this in phases here. So we'll have the switch here on the side. And the door controller wires will just make yellow. It makes things a bit easier for organization. So just to test the door controllers, we're going to bring up the yellow wire, bring it through to the top. Bring it on the bottom portion here, which is power in. And then we can connect to the pass-through. Just bring it along the frame here. That sun is right in our face. And then connect it to this door. So if this works correctly, which I hope that it does, that should open both doors. So we're going to take the main power out, and we'll call this just red. and bring it down like this, like it's Tron. So if this turns on, the main power should come off the battery, which is 50 units of power. Pass it to the yellow, pass it to the first door controller, and then the second, opening both the electric and the go deep door. Ah, it's so beautiful when things work out correctly. So now the next big piece is setting up the turret. So what I do here is I like to make sure these doors are closed first. Because I like to get the turret's nose right up on the corner and get it close and then back it off just a little bit. Right, so it's not completely in there, so you kind of back it up. I get it right up on the frame, and then I back it up. And then what we can do now, since we know that the door controllers do work, we'll disconnect that side here. We'll make the main power to the turret green, and we'll just test to make sure that things work. So we'll take out this power again and bring it right down the door frame. I like to bring it on the floor. I like to hide my cables the best I possibly can, so you don't want people knowing where things are going. So we bring the green cable down, and if we have more than 10 units of power, this turret should turn on. And we're doing this in stages. Beautiful. So now we have an option here. We can, both of these work by themselves, so we have to bring them together. We have two major options. And I guess it's worth explaining because it's a little goofy, especially if you're brand new to things. So let's go ahead and talk about it here. So we have two options for splitting electricity. We have... Where are you? We have the splitter and the branch. And there's different conditions that you would use these in, and it's worth explaining. In this case, we could just use a splitter. But the problem with the splitter is it will split things evenly based off of what's connected. So it's not super great if you need really controlled power. The other thing with the branch is it's very controlled. You actually get to control what goes off the left side by selecting this here, a value. But what's crazy is you have two connection points here on top of the branch. Let me get real close. You have the branch outside, the left side, and then you have the power out. When you set this side with the branch out, is this value here. When you set that, it's always going to consume that amount, and it will always do the left side or the branch outside first, and then the remainder of power goes out the power outside, the right side. So it's tricky. Like, you can control things with this, but if you set these to high values and you're not always using whatever's coming out of the branch out, you're going to be wasting a lot of power. Sometimes you'll use these two together. Sometimes you'll have a finite amount of power coming out of here and then going up to the top of your splitter. And then if you have two connections here, then it's going to split whatever comes into the splitter evenly based off of two connections. And then it will split it three ways if you have three connections. So in this case, because we have a very specific amount of power we have, which is only 50 for the maximum output, splitting this evenly off of the main charger is not super efficient. We already have a power switch here to stop any leakage from here. So I'd really like to use a branch for our split of the power, not a splitter, but how we're going to separate it. And so what we'll do here is we'll take this main power here, we'll make this orange so we can tell the difference between the two. And so what we will do is we'll take the power for the turret, which will be 10 units of power. So we'll set it here, 1, 0. And then we'll take, remember the turret was what, green? So on the left side, that's the priority, the branch out. So we'll have it go up and over so you can see that happening. And we'll bring it down to the floor. It's nice to tuck it away here. I know my loot boxes are disorganized, but my cabling is better. So right here we have the power going in. So let me go ahead and explain this. So you have, through the red cable, the maximum power, which is 50, coming to this cable and this switch. The power will only go through this circuit if the switch is on. So we're actually not using any power. But as soon as we hit this, this will use 1. It pushes the rest of the power to the branch. And now the branch is taking at least 10 units of power and pushing it to the green cable, which is the turret. And now the remainder of power, which is way more than what we need, but that's okay, is going to go to the door controllers. Because I figure, if this side takes priority, I'd rather the turret just be on. Because if we're in a situation where you don't have enough door controller power, you want to make sure that the doors fail first and not the turret. Because you don't want the turret to be on and the doors are like, hey, we can't close, or we're kind of open, but we're not. So I kind of like it in that fashion. So anyways, up the branch here, we'll take the yellow cable and we'll push it onto the door controllers here. just like we did prior. So now, when the circuit is on, it goes priority to the branch out, which is green, which goes right to the turret. And the remainder of power is going to go up the yellow cable and push to the first door controller, which opens it, pushes the rest over to the other door controller and opens that. Now, you might be asking yourself, what happens to all this extra power? Does it always use the extra 38 that comes off the side? No. It's smart on the right-hand side of the branch because it will take and use the power that's needed. Remember, it's the left side that will always consume 10. Even though this cable can do a total of like 38 units of power, it's only going to use what's needed. In this case, it's going to be 1 and 2 units of power. So I know it's a little weird with the branch because like this side always munches, but to stop that leakage, that extra consumption, that's why we have a switch. And it's dual purpose because that switch also helps you reload the turret. It helps you reconfigure the turret, and it helps you set up the authorization. So now, if you need to have your turrets on, well, first of all, you're saving power, right? Because these turrets use a lot. So let's go ahead and show you the consumption here. And this is just running off of 2 solar panels. We have only 679 rust watt minutes in here. So watch, when this circuit's on, we're using 10 units of power here. We're using an additional 2 here, so that's 12. This will use 1, so that's 13, and now 14, if I did my math right. 14 units of power just to run this I was going to say, not a door port. This is a turret port. So if you look over here, the consumption right now on the battery is 13. Yeah, did I count right? Was it 13? So we only have 52 minutes of runtime. So you can start to see why you want to have control over this, because during the day, right now we're using, or we're getting, this is actually the best time because both of these solar panels are taking some sunlight. We're getting a combined total of power in off the blue line of 31 units of power. So we can leave this on during the day because we'll actually still be storing power because our consumption right now is 13. And the power coming in right now during this time of day is 31. So essentially, it's roughly half is going in and half is being used. So we're going to charge this slower. But if you want this battery to charge faster and have more runtime, if you don't need this on, there's no reason. If there's nobody out here to shoot, there's no reason to have this on. So if you shut this off, we will now be storing all 30 units. Well, it just went down. It was 31. It'll be storing all 30 units of power into the battery itself. So you can start to see why you want to like keep it off when you don't need it. A lot of people just connect these things and leave them on, and it's a terrible waste of power. What's up? It says, can you get the Rust app on your phone now for Rust console? Not yet, but it will be in the future. It's definitely not going to be for this update, though. Is Nate in here? Did that help out, sir? Let's see if he responds. I'm going to make sure it helped. Know what I mean, dude? This is what about the house and helicopter house? Yeah, the helicopter's not coming in right now. I wish. I freaking wish. Believe me. Believe me, I wish. I want that badly. All right. That was one of the things on the list, so that was actually a fantastic question. Do you see how we can get this bad boy running a complete turret port off of just 2 solar panels? And think about it. If you've got this on top of your base, it's much harder to see when it's 2, 3 floors up. Oh, the horse. That's not yet. I wish that was this update. That's going to be later on this year. Well, not the helicopter, but the horse. Unless they change it, it is on the plan for this year and so is custom servers. Until they tell us otherwise. Know what I mean? Any other pending questions, burning questions? questions, problems, questions, concerns about any of this, and then we'll move on to the next thing on my list if you guys don't have any immediate questions. Know what I'm saying? That was good stuff. Do you know what custom servers? All the information we have on custom servers up to this point should be in this video. How is the poll going? Okay, so we have 153 votes so far. The question was, will you be playing this wipe, the full wipe that's happening, February 23rd, so like in 2 days. Actually, a day now, right, because it's now Wednesday. So 153 people voted. 68% said, oh yes. 10% said nah. 13% said no, waiting for custom servers. So that's roughly 23% that aren't playing for whatever reason. And then we have 9% that said, wait, there's a wipe this Thursday? Yes, even the monthlies. Yeah, that link right there, Wolf, has all the info we have on custom servers up to this point. Everything that we got. I know, that's definitely something people want for sure. But Power Surge has to be out first, and it's good news that it's coming. Am I right? Or am I right? So you can already start to see if you have 2 solar panels, how just having a switch right here to make sure there's no leakage anywhere. Because when this is off, look, there's no burn on this whatsoever. You see that number? Like the charge left? There's a dot there because it's just getting charged. It's not actually using anything. So another really good reason to make sure you have a switch right after your power output. It's your friend. And think about it, if you add another cluster of these, another 2 of these for morning and afternoon, you'll be that much better. It's actually not too bad, eh? Can you show us the most confusing power stuff, such as? I mean, I can show you some wild stuff, but like... I mean, this was definitely one that was the first on my mind. We've had a lot of people ask this question, so it was good. This was a very specific question. Turret port, this is how you're going to want to be protecting your turrets anyways. Because if you leave them out on the front, your power's going to run out. So if you leave them on all the time, and then I'm going to take your bullets and the weapon you put inside. Excellent. I think what we can do here for a test is we can maybe leave this. Hold on. Let's put the creative unit out. Right. So here's the kicker. I want to do this like all night, but I got to make sure I have decent sleep so we're like good to go for the wipey wipe. So we'll be doing this for a little bit longer, but I'm going to try, we'll see how this goes, to stop at a normal time to get sleep. I will try. But I'm already pretty into this now, you know what I mean? I love it. I guess we just do it like that, that's fine. Okay, so what we can do, I guess we can put a switch on the front, maybe? Put it up high. Yeah, we'll just do it for all 3, why not? I don't think we need individual control for this one. And then the power out is usually red, at least that's the color scheme we've been using. And then we'll have it go here, and then here. And then we'll do, I don't know, yellow for this one? Sure. And, orange? I guess we could do blue, right? Blue? Sure. No. Pink? Didn't leave enough room behind me. I'm such a freak with these lining up. Why? It's a compulsion. Oh my goodness, what a it plays through the turret, my goodness. So yeah, we're gonna go through how to customize these bad boys here in a second. Because that's also extremely new. I know it's not something we're even used to thinking about, but it's a real thing now. Not only is it going to cost you to put this thing up and run at all times, it's going to cost you in power. Or, I'm sorry, items and power. Okay, a little better. So is there a way to make electricity so you know when you're getting raided and open a garage door in a turret? Yes. We can try that one next, if you'd like. Good question. Okay, so our main power for this is just going to be through the wall here. We'll just kind of make it like this and go to some invisible area, because where the power comes from in this case is irrelevant. Let me bust out some more examples here. I gotta make room in my inventory. So we can throw that out for now. This one, this one, this one, this one. Let's see, what else? Lots of goodies for this one. Okay, so we got this guy here. You know what, let's make more than one because I have a feeling we'll need it. Then we have things like this guy, some of this dude, these dudes, this dude. What else, what else, what else? I'm missing something. I guess some of that. And then we have this guy, running out of space. Then we'll put this fancy ammunition. This dude, and and then even stuff like this. Why not? What's up? XTC says, "What's up, man? How you been?" Fantastic. Thank you for asking. Okay, so we'll go hit that question here in a second, because, oops, we already did the setup for this, and it actually goes pretty quick. Oh, man, it's already getting dark. Hold on. I forgot. Is this pretty good, or is that too bright? Ooh, that's kind of poopy. Still not great. Let's make it 11. Better? Nope. Terrible? Good enough. I don't want it too bright. Okay. So feel free to throw your Power Surge questions in the chat. We'll get to them here in a second. Adam's next. Yeah. Do you have a console? Yes, I do. Okay. So the next big thing that you're going to notice right when Power Surge comes out is you're going to come up here and be like, hey, I have a turret. You're going to place it down and you're going to go, what? Not only do I need to power this thing, it has no weapon. Well, that's actually a good thing. You can now customize your turret to have different types of weapons, use different types of ammo, and even configure your turret with different attachments, giving you different pros and cons. And even, check this out, if you have durability damage on a weapon, just stick it in a turret because it doesn't take durability damage when it's inside of the turret. And you're like, hey, a sniper rifle turret? That's crazy. You know what's even crazier than that? Even crazier than that? Having a sniper rifle that has a silencer on a turret. Boom, now you're talking. So customizing turrets is not only really great, it also, if you're raiding, it's a nice advantage or bonus for you if you're raiding, because if you knock out the turret itself, you actually get the weapon and the ammo on the inside, and you cost them a whole turret. So yes, customizing is a thing. So now, here's a couple tips. We've got, I mean, clearly having a sniper rifle with a silencer is absolutely OP. But you can do things like the M249, no joke, an M249 with a silencer. Now we're talking about outpost turrets at this point, right? Look how silly that looks. Let's go ahead and turn that on. Is that crazy? Absolutely. So think about this. You're using an M249 all the time. It's almost broken. Stick it in the turret. You're good to go. And it goes one step further. We can even add more accuracy to the turret by adding a hollow sight, because that's the stat that it does. It adds accuracy, so that's what it does for the turret itself. Let me see, where's it at? Where's it at? Right here. But get this, you can also load in different ammo types as well. So you can customize the attachments and the bullets. So now this thing has even more velocity. And yes, an M249 will absolutely melt your face. You want to see what this looks like? Actually, let me unauthorize on this. It's going to get wild quick. Ready? Hey, I'm a scrub outside your base. What's going on? You're just dead, right? You're just dead. And the only reason why I paused for a second is because I had 15 loaded in. And check this out. If you're like, man, I'm running low on GP, right? Is there anything else cheaper I can use? 100%. Nail gun. That's real. That's the thing. Let's go ahead and deauthorize so it shoots me. Now you can recover the bullets that your turret's shooting. And remember, the turret's aim is always better than yours. You can stick a Yoka inside of here. That's crazy. But here's a little tip, probably the best one. I know a lot of people don't typically use the Python on console. We do, but save them, because it's a very cheap turret, but it's also an absolute face melter when it comes to landing shots. The damage per bullet is crazy. It almost looks like there's nothing in the turret itself. It will shoot you so quickly that by the time you figure it out, you're dead. And the turret bullets are going to take pistol rounds, so you can make more of them with the GP that you do have. Most of the time, you'll see us with Python turrets. Oh, wait, I didn't actually activate that one. But yes, that one's super OP. So there you go. With the advent of the new... Oh, with the new powered turrets, you're going to have the ability to customize your turrets any way you see fit. Very, very useful. Rust Stalker, excuse me, says, is there a way to run a turret and an on and off button? Yes. Absolutely. Hold on just one sec. It says, what's going on with what? With gores. Horses. Okay. Yeah, it's still going to be this year. I think it's going to be third or fourth quarter, but I could be wrong. Here's all the info we do have on that at the moment. Just one sec. I'm trying to catch up here. I'm very excited for the update. I think by the judging of everybody else in the chat, I'd say you guys are as well. I am. I've been waiting for this for years. Feels like it's been years. Doesn't it? Doesn't it? Bella says thanks. No problem. Hello. XTC says, when will we get minicopters in Rust? Yeah, not soon enough. We're still not sure on that one. Hopefully soon. But I have not seen any external sign of that yet. He also says, do you think Rust console will start getting more and more updates like PC Rust? I hope so. Seems like the cycle in between is a bit long. I wish it was like 1 or 2 months in between, not 3 or 4. I'm with you. Is there a way to make electricity so your door opens? Yes, absolutely. We'll cover that here in a second. It'll just be a quick rundown. So there's lots of different things you can do with a switch. This is one of them. This is going to be very common. We just went over this a little bit ago, but you're going to have to really protect your turrets now, so having them behind garage doors is going to be a thing for sure. But when you turn on the turret, it'll also open the bay doors. And then when you don't want to have the turret on, the door is going to close and the turret goes off. Is that what you're talking about? Says, can you make a setup with multiple things like power, kind of like something you would actually need in your base? Yeah, I can do that. I could show you one. Do you want me to walk through one, or do you want me to actually like, build it? Wait, did we get everybody's question up to this point? Here's one. Oh, we're going to do anti-roof camp, and I think cameras next. If you play on PlayStation, can I add you on the PlayStation? The thing is, like, we have a very tight-knit group that we have to run with, like, certain rules and stuff because stream sniping is so bad. We got to really stay incognito. We jump servers, we jump accounts all the time, so, yeah. Sorry. It's nothing against you. We just have to run it that way if we're going to have any semblance of, like, a normal wipe. And we literally are on a server for, like, 3 days or less. Alright, so here's the setup here. This is an anti-roof camp to hopefully answer Rust Stalker's question. This is a power wedge bunker base. It's been expanded on a bit, but the command for it's wedge. But this has been fitted to have all these extra pieces to it. So an anti-roof camp, which means that sensor is going to detect anybody coming up the top of your roof, and this is going to go on for 3 minutes total, and then it will turn itself off. We have 4 solar panels that are protected by this system, so if you even try to get up here and do anything, that's going to turn on and you're going to be dead. So these 4 solar panels are being root combined into the bunker here in the core. They're being root combined right here. And the battery is being charged back here next to the core of the wedge. And the main power output here goes out here, splits to the turrets, which is the light. Is that like a greenish blue, a teal if it were? And then the other side here is going into the heater to keep you nice and cozy here in the winter biome. And then the pass-through goes through the light here. And what's cool about this little guy is since your priority is on the left side, the heater can be turned off and the light by turning this down to 2. And if it's daytime, so you don't need the light, so you might as well save the power, but you're in the winter biome, so you need the heat, you can turn this up to 3. And then the heater goes on. And then you're like, oh, it's nighttime. Let's make the light go on. Well, then turn it up to 4. And then if you don't need this, just turn it down to 2, and you save more power. And if you like these all on, but you're like, hey, I'm not going to be in the base, I'm going farming, no problem. You can turn it all off. But it's also going to turn off the anti-roof camp. But if you want the anti-roof camp on and nothing else, then you can turn on the switch here, hit the branch, turn it back down to 2, and now your power consumption, as long as the turret door upstairs is not being tripped, it's only using 6 units of power. And right now we're actually, are we seriously only getting 6 units of power right now? Oh my goodness. Well, we're covering the cost of the circuit, so it's actually not depleting too much. I feel your pain. I wish people were nicer and would stop stream sniping. Yep. It's a little kid's game, that's for sure. Stream sniping, it's always this thing of like, hey, I get it, you want to be seen, but like when you go and kill the cameraman, it kind of is like, hey, what? It's like saying, man, I really love cheeseburgers, but I really want to take the cheeseburger and throw it off a cliff. And you're like, didn't you want to eat that? And you're like, yeah, I just got so excited. And you're like, that doesn't make sense. Right? You're just like, a lot of times, like, we don't care if we win or lose. It's about us just having a good time during the wiping, having it as legit as possible. So when people come in, good or bad, they're usually bad stream snipers. It messes up that flow, and it's usually like, hey, I'm gonna come in and raid you, and it's like, yeah, you know where my TC is, and you know what our plan is, so obviously you can do that, and you have a huge advantage on us. So we try to play it as legit as possible. See, the thing is, if they play legit, there'll be content made about them and stuff, and like we'll have a good time, we'll stick around. But like if they come in and stream snipe us like that, we'll just bounce, you know? It's lame. XCC says, I have no clue what you just said. Okay. Did that help, Ruststalker, or do you want me to walk through some of it? It might be after a couple of these other examples. Let me check my list while you're checking it out. Big list of stuff. It says if you were to set a battery to a single thing like a heater or a light, would it use the maximum output to power that thing, or would it only use like 3 or 4? Good question. It is, if you connect it directly, it will be smart enough to only use what's needed. But there are some things that will consume power in such a way that it always uses a certain amount of power. So you have to be careful with things like branches. They're very useful, but if you have that branch priority set very high, it's always going to consume that if you don't have anything else to control that power going in. Splitters are nice. They'll be smart about what they use, but it does things evenly, so it makes it a little different. So that's a really good question. Let's have something that chews up a lot of power, like, I don't know, a turret. So here, the maximum output for this is 50. A turret requires 10. So if we take this output here, we'll just make it orange for argument's sake. If you look here, this turret's going to consume 10, but our maximum output on the battery is 50. So is it going to use all of that? If you look at the cable that goes into the node, it says it has the potential to do 50 if you look very closely at the lettering there, the text, but it's actually only consuming 10. And one way to check that is to go back to the battery with your wire tool in hand and then look at the battery, and then it tells you what the active usage is, which is 10. That tracks. We don't have any logic in between the turrets, so the turret's only using 10. We don't have those extra pieces, so it's just a flat 10. And now if you look at the charge, this tells you how much time you have left based off of the capacity. So we only have 906 rust watt minutes, so we can run this turret right now continuously as long as there's no new power in for 2.5 hours. But there's actually, you see the times going up. That's because this blue line here is actually taking power from the daytime, which is 20 right now. And so we're actually covering the cost of the active usage by 10, and we're able to store 10 units of power. So you're storing, but you're storing slower than you could, because if you have 20, then you can actually load in 20 units of power and save it over time. So that's why you want to have things like a switch in between here. But if you look, this is a really good question. I'm glad you asked this. This curtails nicely into what we're doing. If you have a switch in between the circuits, so let's just make this, I don't know, yellow. And then this goes to the switch. And now we'll take the orange, that's going to go to the turret. Same idea, right? Right. So now, this is going to help control the power, because you don't always need to have the turret on. But if you look at the yellow line, it's going to take all of the power, which is 50 units of power when it's on, go up to the switch, and when the switch is turned on, it's going to push that through. But the switch is going to consume 1 unit of power. So in order to actively push this through, it's going to push 49 units of power through, because the switch used 1, over to the turret. And then the turret's going to use 10 units of power. So with the whole circuit on, it's going to use 11 units of power. And this cable will no longer have the capability of doing 50 units of power. Its maximum output will only be 49, because this one used 1. So if we turn this on now, if you look at the cable, it's up to 49, but it's only using 10. And so if we go back to the battery, the total power output, or the active usage, is 11. So you can see right now we can now charge our battery faster, because now we're not using any power. We're using all 22 units of power to store. And then when we do need the power on this side of the battery, we use this to turn it on, and then we're using just 1 more unit of power to help control this. So you can see how like just planning out your circuitry just a little bit can really help with things. You like that anti-roof camp? You want me to set that up? We haven't really done an example of that, and I'd like to. I think it is quite useful in the Rust world. That's one of the things I have on the list, so it works nicely. I think I have a semi set up for that, so we'll try to do that. Very good. Yes? Very good. Excellent. Man, time flies when we do this. Alright, so let me get all this stuff for the anti-roof camp. I'm pretty sure it's just this. Did we get the root combiner? We did. We'll need a branch, probably. We have a switch. We don't. We dumped a bunch for doing the turret stuff. Oops. We'll also need a battery, won't we? Yes. We'll try to set this up as efficiently as possible. I think we'll have another example over here, so we'll try to have these already set up. And, you know, northeast, southwest, baby. Get them in a day-night cycle, or day-afternoon. I always want to say day-night. These don't run at night. You can try. Believe me, I have. They don't operate. We'll stick something here on the line. That's another reason why I love these stone grids, because it's like graph paper, but for Rust. Yes? I do like the fact that they added the extra colors like during our PTB setup. It's very, very useful. It just helps organize stuff. And I think it helps me understand, so I'm hoping that helps you guys understand. I mean, it's wicked confusing at first, because it's a lot if you're not used to this, but it helps you break it down. And believe you me, it's way better than what we had when this started. We only had black, and it was and we didn't even have the marching ants initially, and it made it really hard to understand what was going on. Very difficult. If I were to use a double-barrel shotgun of any sort in a turret, it says, do you think it would be more viable than a shotgun or a flame turret? Yes and no, because you're having to power it, and obviously the shotgun trap's going to be a bit more. It's cheap. It can always be running. So like, yes, it's good, but also it has that downside. But you can do that. You can't stick rockets inside of there or grenade launchers. Is there one more we can't stick in there? I think that's all of them, right? Good question. Good question. Man, I have so many more things on the list I wanted to get to tonight. I mean, we'll still be doing it tomorrow, so don't you worry. The chat's like, we're not. Don't worry. Might as well start the charge now. Yes. Alright, so they're at least taking some charge. Beautiful. Beautiful. I should change the title. It's now one more day, right? Because it's Wednesday. It's tomorrow, dude. It's freaking tomorrow. It feels like it's been years. And you know what? It has been years. Now that I think about it. Ah, this is on the slope. That's annoying. I guess we can make it go up. I never really set it out this long way here, so just give me a second to kind of figure that out. So we have the turrets go in, and I guess we can do... I guess we can have the logic here, and then the turret running here, maybe? That seems decent, right? I don't think we need much more than that. Right? Right. Just run it like this. That way we got a little bit of room. Hey, we'll see if it works. Hey. This will be the example area. And we'll leave it like that, I guess. Sure. And this can simulate all kinds of different stuff. We won't make these automatic doors because that's a layer of complexity we don't necessarily mean if we're trying to show you how this works. So we'll just do our good friend, the fence. Oh wait, no, it kind of works backwards, doesn't it? Well, we need to have it down here. Probably. Yep, I messed that up. Because it's going to be more like this, like it's looking over this. Correct? Correct. So, this way, maybe? I forgot how the whole thing was laid out for a minute. Jeez. Alright, so how did I do this? Triangle, triangle, half moon, action. Sure, that's close enough. Okay, so if this is indeed like these, it does make it a little goofy, doesn't it? Should we just make it squares? I know. Let's do it like this, and then we'll have it go triangle, like this. Perfect. I know how to put it up in the base, I just haven't set it up in a very flat and open area, because that's not how you typically do it on a wipe, right? I mean, who's building like this outside? It's a good way to lose all your stuff. Okay. So this is more realistic. We'll have a opening here, where you can put a turret. We'll have it a funnel. I like to put these backboards up that are like protector turrets for the top, because yes, this can swing around and shoot behind it, but its cone of effectiveness is essentially this triangle that goes outward, and it has to like patrol left and right to catch you. So you want to focus this way, but you don't want somebody to be able to pot shot this from the back. And yes, if they hit it one time, the turret will snap around and start shooting at you, but still, there's like a delay in that time. And you want this to focus not on people out here and downstairs, you want this to be only on the rooftop. It's wiping tomorrow? It's Wednesday for me, so Thursday, yes. See? Yes. So this would simulate, this area up here would simulate, hopefully, your rooftop. Yes? Yes. And we'll make this stone area, like, potentially your rooftop, and I guess we'll make this part darker. So this is, like, our example area. I guess we didn't need all that, did we? I guess we can just make these walls. That makes it a bit easier, I think. We did it. Hey. Maybe we don't need all that, but hey, whatever. Just a says, sorry for the BS question, but do you know anything on why Xbox Next Gen runs 120 frames, but PS5 is stuck at 60? I'm not sure. I know PS5 is capable of going that high. Okay, so we have this circuit all tucked away up here, but again, I'm going to try to do this in a way that's more easy to digest. Hopefully. Let's see. Do we go... So we can cut off the other piece of this. So really we can just make it this, I believe. Yes. Yeah, that might be the easiest way. We'll just take it from the branch and go up. Yep, that works. We'll do it like that. Boom. I want to make sure I match the colors on the other base. I'm not sure what I used for this either. Was it pink and blue? Yes. It is a BP wipe, correct. Was it blue on the outside or blue on the inside? Blue on the outside. Blue on the outside went to... No, it did. Yes. No? Shoot. I just got myself confused. It was blue on the inside. Ha. This goes to the HBF. Bang, bang. This is Jade. Are they adding the little wooded block that pops up after you raid a wall? This wipe? Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yes, it should be. Then was it orange? Was it purple? And really, the one that goes up is orange, I think. Oh, it's yellow. Fair enough. We should just leave that the same color, because this really completes the circuit, to be honest. And I know that looks awfully goofy. I know. Where's my... There it is. I already have it selected. Duh. Okay, let's put our good friend the switch on the board, shall we? I suppose we should change the color scheme because this is going to be looking awfully confusing, isn't it? So main power comes in on red. Red gets pushed up to branch. So the purple side here is going to take the priority, which is 2, which is more than enough. That goes up to the HBF sensor. The HBF sensor will only pass that remainder power, because it comes in with 2, but this consumes 1. So it's going to spit out 1, but the condition has to be met. In order for that to happen, it has to detect authorized and unauthorized players. And in this case, I'm standing right here, so it will absolutely, it will absolutely do that. And so it passes that signal over to the timer. This is the toggle on portion of the timer. So when it senses this, it activates this timer for X amount of time. In this case, we'll make it, I don't know, 22. And so, because this branch takes the remainder of power and pushes it to the light blue side, when this condition is met up here, which is toggling the switch, it will run it for 22 seconds and push this power, which is the remainder of power, over here to the turret, which means when you get detected, or somebody who's not authorized on the TC, the timer will run for 22 seconds, which means the turret will run for 22 seconds. So if I remove myself from the area and then come back, see how it just activated? And you can see the timer ticking down for 22 seconds. I don't know about BP wipe on testing branch. Those can happen at any time, so it is what it is, what it is. And when that timer goes out, the turret goes off. So if you take that same concept and tuck away all the cables, put just this on, just that on the rooftop. Well, is the server eating it? I believe it is. So then you can tuck it away and use this to activate your rooftop anti-camp. Yeah. All right, hang on. Let me double check the server. It's eating it, eh? Eh? Pretty hot. This is what do you hope for as the next thing on PTB? I want minis so bad. Although farming's not bad. Some form of transportation, hot air balloon. But if I had a choice, I'd say minis. But it's not up to me. Just a bit. Yes. Clean this up a bit and see if the server stabilizes. Hopefully it does. It's being awfully goofy. So if we take... I'm trying to think of a better way to organize the color. We could... These are cool colors. So we could push the... well, we have different shades of blue, which is nice. We could push this up and over. And then maybe it starts off light, and then it goes to darker, maybe? Or darker to lighter? Or maybe just a solid color change. I don't know, what do you think? Does this make more sense? That it's part of the whole thing? Or, like, I think it makes probably more sense as one solid color. Because you can say blue and then light blue. Yeah, maybe to, like, call it out, it might be better. What do you think? What do you think? Chat, chat, chat. Oh, wait, I'm stupid. That's not where that goes. It needs to be this one. Tuesday's wipe day? It's Thursday. Thursday, yeah, baby. It's okay. Just think about how much fun you're going to have basically tomorrow. And then for the turret itself, we could just make it yellow. So if we make it a hot color first, so orange, and then when this condition's met, which is yellow, it should come down. This probably makes more sense. I don't know. What do you guys think? Did having one continuous color, was that super confusing? And what we have before, it went from red. I guess just red all the way through. That's fine. Tools, baby, tools. So if we're able to look at this, how many turrets can you fit on a big battery? Well, let's do the math. Here's the thing. You'll need ways to split the power and to control the power. So each of those items are going to cost you power in the chain of things, correct? So if you look at a battery, a large battery, its maximum output is 10. So you're like, oh, I could put 10 turrets. Not really, because if you want 10 turrets, you'll need a way to split things up to 10 different items. And each of those items, let's just say, let's just for argument's sake, you're like, yeah, let's split it up 10 times. You would need, what, 4 of these? So each of these are going to consume at least 1 unit of power. So already, if you take, just to split it that many times, you're going to chew up 4, which means your battery really only has 96. So if a turret takes 10 units of power, then you already are at 9. So the maximum you can do for a large battery is 9 turrets. And you got to play it real tight. How are you using mouse and keyboard? Is it a form of Zen? I'm on PC right now. I don't use Zen or M&K adapters or whatever on not on PC, on console. Here, I'll prove it. Ready? We don't have those yet, so. Yeah, you could switch it out for a Tesla coil. Zen and Chronos or Zim are different. I mean, they're both mouse and keyboard adapters with script for recoil. It's all, you know, you're trash if you use it. Oh, I said it. It's still cheating. It's going to be funny when that day of reckoning comes and they're able to detect it. They're already doing it in Rainbow Six Siege. And when it comes for us, people are going to go, oh man, I didn't know. I'd be like, you did know. And now you're going to have to play normal like everybody else has been doing. And you're going to be way behind because you're going to be bad. So I always tell people, just don't do it, man. Just don't do it. Says, will you ever be able to switch the dominant hand in Rust from left to Rust? What? Talking about right, or is that a dad joke? Is White Power Surge on Thursday? Yes, it's basically tomorrow. It is in, let's see, 24, 12, 36 hours. Is that right? 36? I can't do math, dude. I'm bad. I'm like Zen user bad, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, dude? I'm Zen player bad, you know what I'm saying? Is that a little bit less on the... That might help. It's like super bright there for a second. Okay, this should be useful for all players. Have you ever had the situation where you have solar panels on your rooftop or you have a door on top of your base and you don't want people roof camping you? So a good way to do that is anti-roof camp. What the system does is it detects a player with this HBF sensor and turns on a turret for X amount of time. I think it's 30 seconds in this case. And so what that does is it keeps people from pot-shotting this. It'll run protection on your roof, so if somebody ladders up or even helicopters to your rooftop, it's going to keep them off of your base, but it also saves that all-important power during your wipe. So if you're a solo player, this is an excellent system to run on your base. So the way the anti-roof camp works is you've got your, let me go ahead and pull up the old wire tool. You've got your switch that goes into the red, and then it gets pushed up into the branch, which is configured for 2 units of power. Gets pushed up to the timer, and the timer is only activated when the HBF sensor is active. So this blue cable goes off with 2 units of power, and when it detects somebody in those conditions, it pushes it to the light blue, which is the toggle switch for the timer, which pushes the power from orange to yellow and pushing it to the turret, which is what powers the turret, for X amount of time, which I think is 22 seconds in this case, and then it shuts off. So if I go away and come back, the turret will reactivate for the set amount of time on the controller. So if you like to say if people are authorized or unauthorized, exclude or include authorized, you can select, oops, I almost did it right there. You can have your wire tool out and then hold the action button and then you can select right there. Anti-roof camp all day, every day. You can also set up these little brackets back behind the turret so you stop people from using compound bows, because really you just want to protect your rooftop and not anything else. And you want to make sure that you're saving your stuff for as long as possible. Anti-roof camp, baby. It's useful. We can use it in Power Surge today. Well, close to today. Am I right? Or am I right? I hope we get more information on custom servers, dude. I hope. I hope so. I hope. It says, how will it work to set up plus a garage door at the same time like a turret on? I can show you real quick. We've already done that example, but I'm more than happy to show you. Give me just 1 second. Sorry, my connection's been kind of goofy. Hold up. Good questions, gentlemen, ladies. Loot, Columbuses. Man, I just stroked out. I was like, what was I doing? This bro, I'm solo and I get killed by a 6-man roaming. Yeah, that'll happen. This is me and my duo got online by 5 cheaters. We had 2 rows of AKs, M2s, a whole bunch of other stuff. And because they were cheating, they despawned our stuff, 40 plus rockets, for 3 AK kits. Yep, that's pretty poopy. That's poopy. Well, just remember, those M and K adapters can only just do mouse and keyboard and recoil, and that's it. They don't have anything else. Although, fighting against somebody with quick and precision like a mouse can definitely feel like more than that, because we can't necessarily move like that. So, yeah, it's cheating. It's definitely unfair, and that sucks. They suck. I'm telling you, dude. the day of using M&K adapters is going to be far gone, because I'm telling you, Rainbow Six Siege, which is arguably one of the bigger games that has had that problem for years, now has or I think it's close to, I think it's going to be this week or weekend. They have the mousetrap anti-cheat stuff. So if you're playing console and you've got an M&K, you're going to get banned. And Microsoft and Sony are working on a way to ban all that stuff too. So, looking good. It says, is there a chance in the future we can use the smart items, or is that too difficult? No, we're going to get them, for sure. Just going to be in the future, that's all. We're just not sure when. Somebody was asking about the turret doors and turning them all on at once. Oh, switch to dominant hand and rust, like from right to left. Okay, I get it, Jax. I don't know. It's a command for us. I hope. I mean, really, they could just have that command as like a toggle item in the menu. I get it. Sorry, I didn't understand what you're talking about. It's as if they were legit, they wouldn't despawn. Not necessarily. If you pissed them off enough, they'll despawn if they don't need the loot. Sounds like you guys have had some built-up beef over time, whether it's warranted or not. That's irrelevant. I mean, it's Rust, right? They sound like scumbags, though, for sure. I mean, they're using M&K adapters, so they scumbags. Yeah, the best thing you could do against M&K trash is don't give them the range and use your game sense against them. So, like, you can always outplay them, because they have to crutch landing those shots using a mouse and keyboard. Like, it doesn't make them land shots. It makes it easier, but they still have to land the shots, and they still have to think about stuff. So push the gameplay in that direction, and it takes a lot of their advantage off the table. Wait in bushes with shotguns, and just take their stuff and run with it. If they know where you live, spread the loot out somewhere else. So when they come and get you, they get nothing. Bait them. Bait them. Garage door with a sensor. Oh, okay, gotcha. Let's do it. I remember going over the time, but you know what? I really want to keep going through this, so we're going to go as long as we can. And normally I would go super long, but the only reason is I'm going to make sure I'm going to try to get sleep tonight. We'll see how that goes. So we can go ham not only tomorrow for the stream, tomorrow night, so basically tonight, so it's Wednesday. And then so we can go super ham on Thursday. And on Friday, Rust, and also squeeze in a Kerbal Space program somewhere in there for 3 hours. And we definitely have 2 to 3 videos, maybe 4 videos a day happening for like at least the next week for Rust. So a lot of crazy stuff. It wipes on the 30th, not the 23rd. Are you talking about console or PC? Actually, that would be incorrect for PC. No, it's the 23rd. And there's not 30 days in this month. There's 28. It's all good. Okay. The turret bay doors are like these. How can we add sensors in the same fashion? It's very similar to the anti-roof camp that we just did. Unless y'all talking about weekly. Fumi, I don't think you're trolling. I think that's an honest question. So that's incorrect on both accounts. So both weekly and main are going to hard wipe tomorrow in like 36 hours. It's a BP wipe and a map wipe. That is confirmed. For Rust Console Edition, PlayStation and Xbox. Main branch is also getting Power Surge as well. Tons of new items, electricity, powered turrets, all kinds of crazy stuff. Cameras, custom cameras, it's all happening. So, just so you know. Can you make more videos explaining custom servers and go deeper into it? Yeah. I mean, I'm collecting more information on all that stuff, but I actually have a video on that if you haven't seen it already, where I go pretty deep on all the info that we do have. I know, we're very excited for it. I like it. Is it possible to turn on a turret with an RF transmitter so it can... You show me how. Yes, also a good question. I got you, B. We'll run through the triggered question, and then we'll hit yours, because the triggered one won't take very long. Good stuff, gentlemen. Good stuff. Ladies, gentlemen. My fellow loot collectors. My loot goblins, assemble. My hope is that it helps you guys when Power Surge comes out. We'll continue to put videos out after Power Surge and stuff, because it's so deep. There's so many different things you can do with it. But I'm hoping that at the very least you guys will understand how to set up whatever you need, but more importantly, identify when something is going awry for your enemy so you can take advantage. Because you're going to see these turrets going on and off, and you can just go up there and smash that turret and take everything. Take it all. Because these big groups are not going to understand or take the time to set their stuff up right, because they're so used to like, oh, okay, I know how to do this. They'll slap down 1 million of these and a bunch of turrets and not think about it. And then you're going to start to see the compound turrets going up and down, and you'll go, jackpot. Those guys are stupid. And I'd be like, yes, they are. Okay, let me try to get this quick. Sorry, guys. I get distracted. It happens. Okay, so we have the turret port here. You can use this to turn all of those things on and off. This turns on the doors, the door controller, and the turret at the same time. And it serves multiple purposes. It protects the turret when you don't have power. It helps you save power. And, more importantly, you can reload this bad boy. A lot of the same way that we have that thing triggered over there, we'll do for this. So if you want this on a timer, it does kind of the same thing. Okay, so that goes off to the turret on the side. We'll make this lower, and we'll have this go up. Is that right? And then we'll have the HBF sensor go off. Scusi. So this HBF sensor would be outside or something. Doesn't have to be up here like this. And so we'll have the sensor piece go off to the side here. Like so, like we did over there. And when it's triggered, it's going to go down here and send the power into the toggle output. And it should go directly into... We'll just make this orange, I guess. Red? Orange? Yeah, we'll make it red. Why not? So essentially, we took out the switch on the bottom here. Or at least surpassed it, right? And what we're doing now... Man, that's a little crooked. I'm sorry. It's like... goofy, right? Sorry, I'm getting weird about how this is set up. So we have green for the turret and yellow for the door. Check. Okay, so we'll do that here. I'm sorry, I have to. I'm a freak about this. Okay, so if we main power off of this is going to go up and out. I guess we'll make this orange. Oh, it's not lined up. I hate that. Let's make it line up. Oh, come on. Let me place that. Oh my goodness. Hold on. That's pretty low. Let's take this. I'm such a freak about this too. What a weirdo. There we go. And then let's move this over a little bit. So it's like this, so it's kind of out of the way. Right. Have this go up and over. No big deal, right? It's only turrets. Woo! And then we'll bring this up and over. This is a little bit cleaner. Just know that this here can be on the outside, and you'll wire this in the same fashion. What do we say? Red, and then to orange, maybe? Or maybe just, I know. Let's make it orange. That might make more sense. So this is the same setup where you turn it on or it gets activated by this, and then it'll be on for X amount of time. Okay, so then we had another branch up here, and then we had it separated to, correct me if I'm wrong, green is for the turret, correct. And that goes down here on the floor. Beep, boop, boop. And then I like to keep it on the floor. And then push it up here. And then the door controllers are green. I'm sorry, G is yellow. Hello. Have it go up here and then across the top. And then have it touch the outside, which is this door controller right here. And when this is active, the orange will go through the top of the timer when those conditions are met. And because the green line goes to the turret, which is the priority side of the branch, it now has to be 10. But don't worry, these will only be active when the switch is active downstairs, which is right here. And then we'll have this go out to wherever this is here. Which is our... Okay, so this, when this is turned on, you see the timer going down? The conditions are met. The blue side, the light blue, goes over here to the HBF sensor. It detected me, so it pushed out 1 unit of power to the toggle switch of the timer. Which means, let's set this to, whoops, I already activated it. Which means it takes the rest of the power from the orange and pushes it through the timer up to this branch. The branch takes 10 units of power to the green line, which is the turret, and then takes 2 units of power is all it takes off the top here, but it uses the remainder and pushes it to the door controller here, and then the door controller on the left side. So what we can do is when this is active, let me go ahead and I can exclude myself, exclude authorized. So when this timer goes up, there you go. So what I can do now is, since this is turned on and I excluded people that are authorized on the tool cupboard, I can go here and hold the action button and set this to anything. So I can set it to 22 seconds, which means this turret bay door will open and the turret will be on for 22 seconds when it detects a person. So in a more realistic sense, you could have something like this here. You know what? Let's go ahead. We kind of did this last time. I knew there was a reason why I did this. All right, so we'll take the main piece of this as darker blue and push it out to the HBF sensor. And then when the signal is good, it will take to the light blue and push it out to the toggle side of the timer. The timer will then take this orange line and push the power through to the top, splitting this to the turret, and then the other half, or the other amount of power, to the door controllers, which are yellow. So we can take this here, and if I'm standing here, I can include authorized, and that's me. So what this does is this whole circuit's active, the turret is on, the doors are open, but that doesn't do any good when this door controller, or I'm sorry, this HBF sensor is on the inside now, does it? No, it does not. So what we can do is we can rewire this bad boy to the one outside. So because the starter for this is on the blue side, we're going to take this and pipe it outside. We'll leave the cable on the exterior so it makes more sense, although you would definitely hide these in a real life situation, because why would you tell people where your control block is? So the blue line is the line that is going into the HBF sensor, and the light blue represents when the conditions are met on the HBF sensor, it pushes it out. So I'm just going to bring it up and around so we know, and you'll see the flow is going out to the HBF sensor, and then the light blue, you're going to see it going in to the wall. So in this case, let's just bring it across. That might make more sense. Like this, maybe. And then we'll have it go into our toggle switch. So it's the same idea. The dark blue goes outside to the HBF sensor here. on the inside, and the condition was met because it's detecting everyone. So then it pushes that out to the light blue. So you can see how the marching ants are going from right for the blue and then light blue to the left. So when that condition is met, it pushes out the signal to the timer, which is the toggle switch, and we have that going for 22 seconds, which pushes and splits all the power respectively to the turret and the door controller. Bingo. So that's how you set up a timer turret port and set up an HBF sensor to detect. Does that help answer your question? Alright, he says good night, guys. Good night, man. Love your bush. What? Uh, uh, uh. Hang on a sec, guys. Excellent. And they said it didn't wipe tomorrow. Fumi, I can assure you that is incorrect. It definitely wipes tomorrow, Thursday, the 23rd of February. We also, all of us, get Power Surge update at that time. And it is a hard wipe for everyone on main branch. Ah, yes. RF transmitter to turn on turret tutorial. Yes. I got you. I got you. Yes. Very good. We'll see how much more time we have. I shouldn't have started so late, so we could have gone longer. Let me double check something else here right quick. 185 votes for will you be playing the full wipe February 23rd. 71% said yes, 9% said no, 12% said no, I'm waiting for custom servers, and 8% said wait, there's a wipe Thursday? Excellent. Good work. Excellent. I kind of have to wait for this other one to clear. We can prep for this next piece, and we might be able to retrofit what we already have. Yes. Yeah, essentially we could just use this one. See, it's good to like just play around with electricity, like see what you think. Does it work the way you think it does? And then start to build up the simple circuits and start to add them together. It really, really helps. I think it does, like a lot. I'm a fan. Okay, so we can probably do a couple different pieces here. We'll need the transmitter. Transmitter, it's under tools. Where are you? I'm looking at, there it is. It slid down a row. Boo. It slid down a row, boo. And then we will probably want to use our good friend, the broadcaster, and pager. Pagers you can buy at the outpost. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Yeah, waiting for custom services, but buying all the skins every 2 weeks. That a boy. I know, Fumi, it's okay. I'm just saying for people that come into that conversation late, I want to clarify. Because if you keep saying the wrong thing over and over again in the chat and someone reads that, they'll be like, what? And just spread the confusion. I know you're not trying to do that. I'm just trying to help correct it. It's all good. It happens. It's all good, man. Don't sweat it, dude. Hold on just 1 sec. Still checking. Yeah, we'll pop this up for a sec. Yeah. Oops, that's a bit on the loud side, eh? That's all good for me. It's all good, dude. Don't sweat it, man. Okay, man, there's just so much stuff I want to cover, you know? Since I was sick for like, well, I was sick for a week and then kind of out from the side effects for another week. We're super far behind. That's why I haven't been streaming a whole lot. Boo! You know what I mean? But we're catching up now, baby. Let me make sure the solar panels are going to an active time. All right, for the sample, I am just trying to see how we want to do this. We could just set up the more simple circuit, which could very, you know what? Yeah, we can just set it up right here. Sure. Let's do this. Okay. All right, so to have a transmitter be activated by the transmitter, or I'm sorry, the antenna activated by the transmitter, geez, that's a mouthful, you need to have the same frequency. So we'll call it 69. Don't ever set that because everybody's going to guess that, I promise. So you set the antenna to that frequency. We'll set the transmitter to the same thing. This is going to do literally a transmit to the antenna. So what happens is it creates a gap in this line here. So let's take, I don't know, red. I was going to pick blue. If we take a power source and connect it in this fashion to the antenna is going to wait for a signal before it passes the power out the other side. And we'll make the other side, I don't know, orange. Then we'll put it up to the light. So if you understand how this works, the very simple circuit, it's going to take the power from the battery, hopefully. The antenna waits for that signal from the transmitter, and then if it's the same frequency, it will pass that power through here and then light up the light. So if we did this correctly, we should be able to hit the button, and the light turns on. Oops, we had it for a second. There it goes. Woo, the server's a little laggy. So if that works the way we think it does, we should be able to activate a door, or a door and a turret. So in this case, we will need what's called a memory cell, because we have, if you notice, when I hold the button down, it only is powered when I'm holding it down. When I let go, it stops. So it's not going to be very useful for this unless that's how you want that to operate. As a matter of fact, you know what? Let's just go ahead and do that right now. Instead of connecting it to the light, let's connect it to all of this. Shall we? Sure. Great. Wonderful. Grand. So, oops, let's go ahead and turn that on. Oops, yep, on. So now, if I hold this open, I still have the button held down to activate, and you can see that the door's open and the turret's done. But if I let go, or if I get shot, all of these go down. So it is a dead man switch, but then somebody can just pick that up and open the bay doors again. So I don't know if that's useful or not. And technically, you know what we could do? I didn't even think of this before. Excuse me. We could use the pass-through on this bad boy and pass it to the same circuit so we can even have the light go on. I don't know why I didn't do that in the first place. So if you want this to operate where a signal goes through and then it turns on, a signal comes through again, it turns off, we're going to use a memory cell. And so if you're out here and somebody shoots you, then the turret goes down. So I mean, that's useful, but it could be more useful than that. So what you're going to want is something like this. So you're going to have this guy right here do the same thing. Just stick it under the stack. We're going to have the orange go right through. So output is going to go to the power. Then we're going to take this to, I guess we'll make this a branch. It's going to get a little confusing because the way it's going to split. Yes, yes. This is going to be a little confusing. As we take this over here. This here is, we're going to take the orange again. And we don't need a lot of power through here. We just need enough to activate something. So what we're going to do is pass this red, let's make it red, over to our antenna. That's going to be waiting for a signal. So we have 2 units of power by default coming out of the branch. So 1 unit of power is going to be used here on the antenna. The other part, whoops, of this is going to be used on the switch for our, what is this called? What is that called? What is that called? For the memory cell. Hello. And so when the antenna gets that signal, it's going to pass it through the white cable. And the white cable just needs 1 unit of power to pass it into here. And what this is going to do is then activate this whole switch like it did prior. So what we can do, I think it was it red before? Or was it orange? I think it was orange. I know this is a little confusing because the way the cables are going down, we can probably organize this a bit better. We might rearrange this later, but hopefully this answers your question. So as long as this is on, you know how this whole circuit works. It opens the controller and it turns on the turret. So what's going to happen here is it's the same circuit as before. We just took a little bit of power off the branch, which is the red, and it's waiting for a signal from the transmitter. And when the transmitter receives that, it pushes it down the white cable and hits the toggle on the memory cell, which turns it on. Then when it receives another signal, it's going to turn it off, and vice versa, or alternating on, off, on, off. So if I tap it once, it's open, and I can get shot, it can get thrown on the floor, it's still open, right? And then if you hit the switch one more time, it's going to close it. Excellent. And we'll leave the circuit up here so you can take a look, and hopefully that helps out. Yes? It says, yeah, power surge is going to be hard for me to learn as well. That's okay. It's hard for everybody at the start. Just keep with it. Go to Builder's Paradise now and try out the simple stuff and then kind of build your way up. And start with this. Oops, I didn't spell that right because I forgot the S. Power Basics. I don't even know my own command. Excellent. Man, it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning. My goodness. Jeez, man, that's crazy. He says, why does the orange switch go to the bottom of the memory cell do? Well, for this, in the same fashion as like the timer, the power that comes off the top here, the output, has to come from somewhere. So it has to come from the power in on the memory cell. So that's where the main power is coming from now. And so it will only pass this between the two. You know what? Let me make this a little bit more. Let's make this pink. Okay, so what's happening with the orange cable is it's sitting right here and it wants to pass it to the pink, but it won't until it gets the signal from the side piece here. And then it will shut it off when it gets another signal. So when I get this, it goes off. So it's basically this white signal here is blocking this from turning on and then turning it on and off, turning it on and off. What's up? TJ says, how long do batteries last for? It depends on the size and how much juice you have on the line. Also a good question. Excellent. Good stuff, gentlemen. Good stuff. What's up, baby? Says I was doing taxes and videos for the people of Rusty. Nice. Can you do 2 solar panels to 1 battery? Yes, you can. Also a good question. It's called a root combiner. It is your best friend. And actually, you're going to want to do stuff like that. As you start to get more power sources, you want to start stacking root combiners in that same fashion. Here we go. I'll show you that real quick. And then we'll probably have to end it there because I want to keep going, believe me, but we got to make sure we're semi-rested because we have this going on tomorrow and we have a lot of videos coming out. Okay, so if you have a battery sitting out here, do we have a battery? And you would like to charge this, you can just take a solar panel, place it southwest, and start a charge. If you just wire this bad boy up, you find the output. We'll make this green, and you can plug it into the input side of the battery. But if you're lucky enough to have another solar panel, you have a predicament because there's only one place you can plug this bad boy in. So your good friend the root combiner comes into play here, and it does just that. It takes power sources, any power sources, and puts them into one cable. So what I like to do is place it like right here. Take the same, well, you know what? For the combined output, we'll just make that red. Okay, so what comes out of here, we'll have it go into the battery. And now we'll take that same line, the green line, from over on this solar panel here, which is southwest, or facing in the, oop, come on, southwest direction. Where are you? There you are. And then we'll make the next one yellow. So the output for this is right over here, so we'll drag it over and into the bottom of the root combiner. So you can see on the green side is an input, and on the yellow side, which is the root power 1, gets pushed into combined power output, which right now, for this time of day, we're getting 34 units of power. And remember, solar panels' maximum power output is 20, the minimum is 1. So we actually have both of these solar panels pushing above 20 units of power into the medium battery right now. So there you go, root combiner for the win. Yes. Rustalker says, oh, the white cable is the condition for the orange cable to get power. Correct. You got it, my man. You got it. Condition's a good way to put it. I like that. You are correct, sir. Justin T. Oh, hopefully that catches up. And what's really cool with this as well, to add on to this piece, you could get something like you're at the outpost, you find some dude slipping, and now you have a generator, and you have a little bit of disposable low grade, right? And you need to boost your power at some time. So you can take another root combiner and combine those things together. So now you'll take the output, which is red, from your 2 solar panels, and we'll put it into the bottom of this root combiner, and now we'll take power from the generator. So we'll have the power output here go into the bottom of the root combiner. And then we'll have, what haven't we used so far? Pink? Question mark? Blue? Now we'll have blue go up into the battery itself. So now the solar panels, and if we have low grade, did I put some in here yet? Nope. So now if you look at the combined power for this solar panel here, right now is generating 17. This solar panel is generating 20. And now when we turn this on, it's going to generate 40. So before we turn it on, the output or the combined power is 37. And so when we turn this on, it's going to be 77, which is still under the maximum threshold for a medium battery. The maximum amount of power that it's going to take is 200. So anything above that you can still do, but you're going to waste that power. So you're charging this at a much faster rate. So these are nice to have to turn on when you maybe need a kick in power, or you'd like to supercharge a battery faster. So you can already see, like, this is not on right now, but these are passively charging the battery based off of the time of day. Just remember, solar panels do go dark at night. They don't generate power at night. Weird. So keep that in mind. So root combiners are combining sources of power and putting them into one cable. Justin says, thank you. No problem, dude. I got you, man. Yes, you can do it with 3 solar panels. Dare I say, you can even go crazy with it. We can do another solar panel. I didn't really make room for this, but we'll give it a shot. Now, we'll take this power source here, bring it around. You know what we will do? We'll just push the battery back. How about that? That'll be a way to do it. So now we can take this power source. We're running out of colors. We can take this power source. You know what? Let's have it face the other direction, even though it might obstruct it. Just the cable will be right there. So now we can take the power from here. What did we use last time? We are seriously running out of colors, right? Do we have orange now? Let's take this one. That's orange. Let's slide her up a bit. So this side is orange. So this is taking 19 units of power. What did we take before? Was it... I guess we'll make this purple. So now we can take this and then combine it into... Yeah, purple looks a lot like blue. Am I right? Let's make that different. Let's make that light blue? No. Pink? Pink. So now if you look at these power sources, green and yellow are being combined into red. And then the combined power of the solar panels is going to the generator. And now you have a third solar panel going into all of those combined sources, which are pink. So now if you look here, this is actually taking 19 units of power from the solar panel here. And then all those other combined sources are 39, pushing it into 58. And that's without the generator on. So when we turn that on, that's going to be 100 or close to 100? Close to 100. So you can already see we're not at the maximum input because it's only at 98. The maximum is 200. So you can see how just turning this on and using a little bit of extra low grade can help you speed charge a battery. So that's actually a really fantastic question, because these are real life scenarios that you're going to need, because you're going to have the battery slowly charging. You're going to know people are coming for you, and so you'll need to charge up this battery so you can run your turrets and your turret ports, because these will only run if you have the power to do so. What's up, Rambo? What's up, dude? Pretty dope, yes? Good questions, good example. Nice stuff, gentlemen. All right, sadly, I am going to have to wrap it up here. We will be back tomorrow. There'll be plenty of Rust videos, so if you're subscribed with the notifications on, you're good to go, man. You're good to go. We're going to have some shorts, a lot of full-length videos, easily for the next 2 weeks, especially tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. We'll also be live streaming in the evening as well, so bring the questions. You can leave them down in the comments down below, or pretty much on any comment, on any video. I see those. So, yeah, bring the questions. It's been fantastic. Appreciate you guys. Love you. And we'll see you again real soon. Power surge in like 5 hours. Am I right? Boing. All right, we'll see you guys real soon. Deuces. Now we're talking.